On the final day of this extraordinary conference. A little sad that this is going to be the last day, but very happy because this is going to be one of the most happening days. Not that all the other days weren't happening, but today we're going to have some extraordinary elements added to the day. I hope all my AI enthusiasts, scientists, engineers, you're all ready for what this day brings for you. We're going to have two really special guests. And if you want, I can tell you about them. And if you don't, I'm still going to tell you about them. We're going to have Mr. Charu Sharma with us and one of my favorite stand-up comedians, that is Kenny Sebastian with us. And I'm really hoping that I get to see all of you all laugh your hearts out in the evening when he comes. Yes? No? Hello, guys. Welcome to the world of AI. Are we here? Can you all wave at me just for me to know that you're all here mentally too? All our esteemed, not everyone's doing it to me, not everyone's waving at me. Thank you. Our first speaker is the loveliest. Thank you, Sarita ji. Okay. All right, guys, before we start, I have a few jokes coming in, and if it goes wrong, just blame it on ChatGPT because I've ChatGPT'd it. Okay. My first question to you all is, why do Java developers wear glasses? Any answers there? Okay, I'm gonna cry in my head. All right. Girls and boys, ladies and gentlemen, can I call you girls and boys? Is that fine with you all? Can we be a little casual to each other? No? Just say help if you need it. Okay, I'm gonna come downstairs because we've been so far away from each other for the last 2 days. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shruti Tripathi. Namaskaram. Are kar do yaar, namaskaram to kar do. Namaste. I'm going to assume that this is the most experienced lot that I have right now here, with the snowflakey beard, with the seriousness in your eyes, sir. But one promise you all need to make today with me is, we're going to have some really fun sessions. One of the sessions is going to be of Rahul Raghavan. He's a music producer. So what he's going to do today is, he has recorded all the voices of the last 2 days and today of this gala that is happening, and he's going to be making live music in front of you all with the help of AI. So it's going to be a very interesting session, at least for me, and I know that it's going to be interesting for you all too, but assuming that you people are so intelligent, brilliant scientists, engineers, it might not shock you. But I'm going to be a little shocked and enthused, because why not? All right, ladies and gentlemen, one question I want to ask you. I hope that you feel interested in answering it. Is why do smartphones always autocorrect ducking? Any answers for that? Why do smartphones always autocorrect ducking? It's a very fun answer. Smartphones autocorrect क्यों करते हैं ducking शब्द को? Because they can't swear where. At least he laughed. That's the way, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's time to get serious now. I'm going to go back on my stage. Okay, before we jump into today's exciting sessions, a few quick announcements for you all. Attendees. Well, we know how much you enjoy the fun contests that bring thrilling prizes your way. Cypher has some check. Volume. Check. Second one does not have volume. Check. Can you increase the volume, yeah? All right. Okay, I think I can talk from a little distance. We know how much you enjoy the fun contests that bring thrilling prizes your way. Cypher has some fantastic contests lined up just for you. Start strong. Start strong with the bingo game packed with exciting challenges. Jump in now for a chance to win amazing prizes. Today is the last day for the treasure hunt from 4 to 5 p.m. where you can have fun and burn some calories. Register between 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. So this is the timeline that you get wherein you can go and register yourself for the treasure hunt and bingo. On the stall, only the first 30 teams will be getting the chance to participate in it. And trust me, these are some really fun games. You get to, win some really cool prizes. So do not miss on these chances. You still have 9 minutes before the session starts. So if you have somebody who's already in the stall section, you can call them or text them and you can ask them to register your team. We can do that, or and if you don't want to do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always here for you. We're going to go ahead with the telling you about okay. All right, guys, I don't have any jokes left, but okay. I've always seen this one thing, but before I actually tell you what I'm going to really talk about, how many of you are engineers? Please raise your hands. Most of you. I'm sorry? Okay. All right. So most of my life, this is my experience, but most of my life I've seen that engineers are quite artistic. Some of them can sing, some of them can play some instruments, and some of them can do a lot much more than just two things that I've just mentioned. So any of you interested in any sort of artistic aspirations here? Yes? You can raise your hands if you are. No? Okay, I'm just going to tell you that I wanted to be an engineer, but I was really bad in maths. One day I shall make you all smile together, and that will be a real win. So I can't hear you. Can somebody please pass a mic to him?
Yeah, so we engineers tend to approximate when we can't find it. So it's not a problem if you're bad at math.
Okay. You guys are giving me hopes that I could have actually been an engineer, maybe a bad one. Could have done that. All right, ladies and gentlemen. As the time passes, today we stand together. I need to tell you that today we stand together at a defining point in India's AI journey. Cypher 2025 has grown into the nation's largest AI conference, a unique platform that has expanded faster than any before. This year's theme is Make AI in India. Actually, you know what? Before I actually extend this whole conversation, I want to talk about how, you can have perspectives about the Prime Minister that we have right now, but as I've worked with him twice, one thing I've realized is that he's forming streams for all sorts of subjects at this point of time. As I worked with the Ministry of Sports and Youth, I was hosting for National Youth Festival where our Prime Minister was also present. We had all sorts of topics, and it is usually only for the youth, but he made sure that he called all sorts of professionals from every stream possible. And we had around 5,000 people when the Prime Minister came in. And that in itself is huge because the ministry itself made sure that they found a place for us to stay, took care of the transportation. It's just become like the African president, and ignore it. But looking at the fact that I'm getting to be a part of Make AI in India enthralls me. It makes me happy because it is an extended version of how our country is changing extensively. And I hope that you feel as excited as me today. Let's get ready because this year's theme, as I've told you, is Make AI in India resonates deeply as Cypher brings together the entire AI ecosystem. Researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and entrepreneurs to build solutions that will shape not only India's future, but the world's. So, can you clap on that one? Because you people are going to be a part of changing the world. Experience cutting edge insights, unparalleled networking opportunities, and the vibrant energy of a community driving AI transformations across India. Prepare to see ideas ignite action, partnerships generate impact, and visions become reality. Welcome to Cypher 2025, where India makes AI happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we jump into today's exciting sessions, a few quick announcements for all the attendees. We know how much you enjoy the fun contests and the thrilling prizes that come with it. I'm just announcing it for the people who have just entered. So, Cypher has some really fantastic contests lined up just for you. Start strong with a bingo game packed with exciting challenges. Jump in now for a chance to win amazing prizes. Today is the last day of Treasure Hunt. How many of you enjoy Treasure Hunt? Any of you? I really like the honesty here. And if this section is not being honest, you can still be honest. Do you not enjoy Treasure Hunt? You can raise your hands if you do. Yes? Wonderful. All right, so this is going to be the last day of Treasure Hunt, and if you want to build a team right away, you could do that because the registrations are going to be between 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., so you still have some time. The sound bazooka just does not stop for some reason. It keeps on coming back. Well, as human beings, we're imperfect, so is the technology, and we shall let it go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have with us the voice of Indian sports, Charu Sharma, a celebrated sports commentator, anchor, and the man behind the Pro Kabaddi League. With decades of experience across multiple sports and legacy as one of the most respected voices in broadcasting, he will be our quiz master for the AI quiz in the main hall, that is the entry mostly. This is our third day, and also I'm very enthusiastic about this part because I really need to see all of you together laughing out loud, not just smiling. Well, we're going to have Kenny Sebastian, one of India's most loved stand-up comedians. Kenny will take the spotlight for the grand finale, leaving us with laughter and memories to carry beyond the conference. Also, don't forget to visit the Expo stage where we're hosting over 100 booths. Yes, 100 booths. Leaving us featuring live demos from founders, startups, and innovators and experiencing the future of AI up close and personal. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in just a moment. Also, a very important information, Honorable Priyank Kharge's session will be held today in between 2:15 to 2:45 p.m. So don't forget to check that out. That is going to be quite interesting in itself. And at 10 a.m., we had the guitar session in the hall one. How many of you became a part of that session? Superb. I could hear it from here, and I found it to be quite interesting. I hope that you people had fun with it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the sessions, let's take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the incredible sponsors who have made Cypher 2025 possible. Cypher 2025 is presented by NextGen, powered by GenPact in association with Snowflake, ecosystem partners, startup of Karnataka, government of Karnataka. Platinum sponsors Cisco, 11 Labs, LinkedIn, Tredence, AI Cloud Partner NASA, Gold sponsor EXA, EPAM, Tiger Analytics, Uber AI Solutions, Silver sponsor Epsilon, Lowe's, Skyflow, Data Palago. Exhibit sponsors Alstom, Burns McDonnell, Carrier, Emalfa, EXL, Firebolt, Jigsaw, Ignite AI, Kritrima, IQ, Nav AI, New Relic or May, Cybernova, SetNext, SmartQ, Walmart Global Tech, Gansys, Lauren Group, NewGen, Prism Force, WebMap, Expo, and Navana. Now, without any further delay, let's kick off today's exciting sessions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm quite excited to have her here on the podium because I've met her in person and she's very cool. That is my word. Yes, that is how I'm going to define her because her being intelligent and exclusive comes with her being a scientist and her being the presenter today here, giving the information that we really do need in our field. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker of the day is Sarita Priyadarshini. She's a senior solution engineer at Snowflake with over 17 years of experience spanning data analysis, architecture, and project leadership. Now for the first session of day 3 of Cypher 2025, let's welcome on stage Sarita Priyadarshini, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the kind words. And I see that there are a few people who are coming in. I've been said that I have to stick to my time of half an hour. I'm not intending to cross that. Okay, let's go. Thank you. Good morning again. I just have a couple of questions even before I get started. How many of you have already tried agents? Please raise your hand. Brilliant. How many days did it take for you to build an agent? Average? 5 days, 1 day, 1 hour? You can shout it out if I'm sure I'll be able to hear you. Please. Okay. I have built agents, and I've built them in less than 10 minutes. And I'll show you how. And that's what is my session today. No-code agentic AI on top of your enterprise data, which is sitting in Snowflake, being presented to you. Hi, I'm Sarita Priyadarshini. I'm a senior solution engineer with Snowflake, and I'm super happy and excited to be here at Cypher 2025. I hope you too are. Okay, so let's get started with some basics of what are required for agentic AI, and these are all academic knowledge, yeah? And what we will also go ahead with is a demo, where is a demonstration where I'll show you how Snowflake Intelligence actually works. So what do we have is a complex puzzle today, which is how do I bring in my data from separate apps, from separate platforms? That's one of the challenges which we have to solve for when we are talking about the jigsaw puzzle. The second thing is, I do want to know how did my product perform? How do I stand against a competition which I had built? Why are my numbers in my western part of the country lesser than my southern part of the country? Why are my global sales numbers not matching my forecasted values? These are some of the questions which are very, very important for business. And you must have heard all of these questions being asked to you, or reports being generated, KPIs being driven around these numbers. So this is the second thing which we have to think about, that is, I got the data, I need to find out a KPI and start with finding deeper insights. Third, I want a developer to only have the access to a certain amount of data. How do I have or implement complete governance or an access pattern which is permissible as per my industry and my company? The fourth, how do I control my users from spending too much? The fourth challenge, which is just to avoid any kind of rampant usage around the AI. How can I see this in dashboards? How can I get my insights on time? Then comes three things which actually work in together to build these solutions. From knowledge to insights. And that is one, which is the most important part, is search. I want to search across all of my data set. Where is, let us say, sales data, or where is, let us say, my products data? Or I want to find out from the internet or the web search about a specific product. The second is knowledge. Sometimes the knowledge comes from other sources with the help of APIs. I'm sure 100% of this audience is engineers. I don't need to explain what those are. With APIs. Or what happens next? Once these APIs would be stopped in the industry, which is now gaining a lot of momentum, you would need devices to bring in data through either marketplaces, which are called as data marketplaces, or you would have to find out a way how you can bring your data from your Google ads, LinkedIn ads, your Meta ads, your databases, which are like Postgre, MySQL, or data sources like SharePoint or Box or Gmail. So this is where the knowledge comes in, which is what of the data. The third piece is insights. Why? Why did my sales drop? And this is the most important quotient out here, because of which we have to work towards all KPIs, data-driven, and all of that. Then comes the data agents. You gathered the data, Now you have understood your data, you did it, you went through the entire life cycle of exploratory data analysis, and then how do I make any sense out of the data is coming through the data agents. And many of the use cases which are coming up in the industry are brand and product planning, supplier management, customer support, insurance underwriting, retail order management, and a couple of others. This is what Glenn Walker tells us about Luminate data, that it is as easy as bringing in both structured and unstructured data here. Just taking a pause to explain the structured and unstructured while you go through all the use cases which are possible today to be implemented on top of Snowflake. Structured data is the data which sits on our tables. Is that right? Yes or no? Yes. What is unstructured data then? Unstructured data, guys? Yeah, PDFs, JPGs, JPEGs, PNGs, yeah? Yes, thank you so much. And that unstructured data, if you look at the iceberg, the tip is structured, the rest is unstructured. For example, your insurance documents, your MOU documents, your healthcare documents, your governance or government documents. How many documents, how many bank documents have you filled in till today? How many on-paper documents have you filled in today? Till today. And all of them are lying somewhere as an unstructured data set, which is now in the know-how of being processed. Earlier, we did not have that option, and now we do have that. So that is where you could have your voice data, the call center data coming in. You could have your identification of a certain image to understand whether there was an accident or there were no accidents in the domain of insurance. You could enhance your customer service by understanding the conversation that you're having and then classifying that text by saying that this is because, for example, you had a food delivery. He tells you the food was great, but the biryani was cold. Now you can find out categorically, he is telling that the taste was not bad, but it was cold. You can find out why did it happen so. Did the delivery time increase between the hotel and the place, and then how do we optimize the same? Analyze complex documents. I just now told you the documents that we have filled throughout our life, and we can analyze them. How do we do that? With the help of building an application or an interface. User and role access controls to be available on top of it. Aggregating data from various sources, and agentic capabilities where you can drive insights. So these are the 4 areas, guys, and what I'm going to tell you in the next couple of slides is around these 4, how you can aggregate, how you can use the same to build your robust agentic systems. And thus comes the Snowflake intelligence. What does it do and what does it mean for you at the end of the day is, you had your data, which is structured and unstructured both, which you can now bring into Snowflake, and you can have your KPIs, you can build your complete features on top of it, and you can make a semantic model from the same and build an intelligence system which can tell you about how, what, and why of the data. This also has the positive impact of having all governance on top of it, like who accesses that data till when. All of this is also implemented on top of Snowflake intelligence. So without much ado, what I will do is we will just say a hello to Snowflake intelligence. So what I'll do is I'll go to, so this is my Snowflake UI, very lovingly called as SnowSite. And this is an example of the Snowflake intelligence. I've got the option of choosing an agent right here on the screen. Yeah? And what I can do is I can choose which one do I want to go for. For example, I want to show you the product insights. I have built a product called Aura X, and what I'm trying to understand is it has got numbers in sales and revenue, etc. I want to find out how is my sales happening. So I'll just ask a question. And I'm going to make it as non-specific as I can. And you have to understand that this chat GPT kind of interface that you are looking here is actually built on top of the data which is sitting in your database, whether structured or unstructured. I'll also show you the agents which are pushing this particular insight. I am getting my structured data from my tables, which has got the product information, and I'm getting my unstructured data, that is the feedback on the data, like the product, from my Slack channels. I could have also brought in something like context or a knowledge extension from, let us say, Salesforce or any other source of data, and I could have also added that to the agent. But for now, for this demo, that is not the case. As you saw, it thought through the entire process and tries to give me that the total sales during the time is this. And gone are the days when I would have had to do a BI on top of my data set. You saw that I can generate a graph right on the fly. Yeah? I have stopped asking please after I heard that OpenAI spends a lot of money on please, thank you, and hello. So, yeah, compare the actual and forecasted sales values. Let us say, I want to understand that what was, did I forecast any value? Yes, forecasting functions are also available on top of Snowflake. You can do a ML forecasting. ML function called forecast exists today, or you can write your own forecast mechanisms. So I have done actual sales, I have taken it. I had also taken a forecasted value from my data set. Now I am trying to do what is called as the forecasting comparisons. And what I'm trying to find out here is there something which can show me the data set that I have used, which gives me the relevant details. As you can again see, this is a, for example, it is going through the entire setup. It is writing a SQL query, and it is also thinking about what are the things that could be relevant as a KPI for this particular data set. And after the same, after it has thought through that answer, again, the point to be noted is it is not going to any other API to bring the SQL, to run the SQL, and there's no jump, there's no hop. So you have generated the SQL. Now it tells me that this is the performance pattern, this is a line graph, this is the actual data, which you are seeing here in terms of the blue line, and the yellow one is the forecasted sales. What if I want to understand? Can you tell me, do the comparison as per region? I want to understand that in which region was my forecasted value much higher than my actual numbers. Let us be specific. And with that, let us ask a question around why. Because insights are more important for the business than just showing you a comparison, right? So what I have done is, let us divide it. Let us make it answer our question around regions. I hope, our internet is supporting me, and we will be able to get the answers as we are looking for. Again, just going through, it has gone through your data set, it has gone to your tables, generated the KPIs, understood that there are 4 categorical regions. It is now showing me the data set from those regions, understanding the key regional insights. It tells me West region underperformance. Yeah, it tells me that there is a consistent regional challenges, and there are sales volumes visualizations. and you get the graph. Yeah? You get the graph which tells you that the west section of your country was what was having the least actual sales. That doesn't matter to me. I can see that from a number, right? That's what you would be thinking. What's big in that? Let's do this. Why? This is one part of the question. Why was my sales lesser? That's one of the questions. I will also ask the question, what can I do to make the sales better? So this is the insight, that is the change that we are driving. And this is the insight that the agentic AI should be able to answer us. The way that we are progressing and the way where we are going, we just do not need a comparative number. We want this why question, what question, how question to be answered for us to make a decision. So now, if you see here, it is taking my structured and unstructured data. You see all those feature request west and all of that. That is the data that is coming from Slack. It is doing a complete analysis of one, my data which is sitting on tables, and two, the data which I have provided as a feedback from my Slack mechanism to find out what happened here. And it tells me significantly lower marketing engagement because it saw that the marketing numbers were lesser, substantially lower inventory levels. So inventory is less, I sell less, right? And third, the marketing campaign performance had some issues. And fifth was inventory management issues. And all of these actually led to, and you saw right now, I did not give any input to it. It did the analysis, ran those queries, did a comparison, also went into feedback which I was gathering, and then came up with the sales performance numbers, that why did it happen so, and the root cause analysis, because you had less inventory, lesser marketing budget, lesser place where you could, the investment was happening. That is why the West region was lacking behind. What can I do to make it better is the last question. I have seen and run demos where, in the meantime, when it is loading, we have asked questions like, can you tell me which are the locations from where I can get full truckload of cement? Which area or which vendor of mine, and this is a large infrastructure firm, right? Which vendor, and they have got thousands of vendors, okay? So which vendor of mine in India has the lowest price per full truckload of cement, okay? And it found that out. I'll not tell the name, and I will not tell the name of the infrastructure company. I'm sorry. I'm bound by secrecy. But then came the question, if this is the vendor who has the best price performance, then how much time can you calculate from this, but instead of Vadodara, if I can get it from Indore, then how much fuel price will be applied to bring the same full truck from Baroda versus Indore to Mumbai, because I want to use it here, right? Then came the question, what are the other things that I can store in the long term, and in which warehouse should I store so that my forecasting values or my long-term investments are safe? All of those questions and all of those insights can be brought out. You have just now seen that what can I do to make it better gives you the answer of your immediate actions in 0 to 20 days, in the next quarter, in the next short-term and long-term run. For example, increase your marketing budget, increase your inventory, do some more campaigns in this space, also have the people know about the product, and a couple of other things. So this is what Snowflake Intelligence is for you guys as a demo. What does it stand? And I wanted to do that before I get the red marker. So Now coming back to the theoretical portions, right? Which is, what do these agents do? You just now saw multiple things working together to give you the insights, right? And all of you are engineers, this is what happens. You do the planning. It did the planning, you saw that. You had the track details, the tool use, multiple tools can be brought in together and multiple LLMs are being orchestrated or stitched in so that you can drive this. What is important for these enterprise agents is you have got large language models. I did not run you through how these orchestrations are happening. Maybe in the next 5 minutes I will be there. Large language models on top of Snowflake, which could be from Anthropic or Meta or Mistral or OpenAI. All of them are available for you. This is a true model garden approach. GPT-5 was available on a Thursday in the open market, and it was available within the next 6 hours on top of Snowflake. So this is the pace at which we are implementing LLMs and bringing in the model gardens, trees and plants. The second one was the retrieval, that is the context which you are looking for. And third is the insights. You just now saw why did it happen, what can I do? So those are the third pieces where comes the insights. What is an agent? I think I'm going back. Okay. The three important things which every engineer, every businessman wants before they go in and make a decision of building these agents is how accurate is it? You just now saw the accuracy. It answered the queries, it just did not do a comparison. It told you what was happening in the background. Second is trust and security. Who accesses what data till when is a very, very important clause out here. My developers should not be able to see my PII data, whereas others can. My country lead should be able to do that. He should be able to see the around the world's data, but my regional leader should only be able to see the regional data. All of those implementations are right now possible. Governed data access, right? Now, I'm just connecting the dots together, taking 5 more minutes to tell you what all went behind that Snowflake intelligence setup so that you could see those things. First is Cortex Analyst. What is that? It is a mechanism with which you are able to read your structured data sitting on top of your tables, to customize your data, understand your insights with the help of your LLMs, and then also add verified queries to get more information. Second, data as it is may be really confusing. You would need to have the context of the data, right? So that is where comes semantic views, which is nothing but facts, dimensions, tables, roles, relationships, and sometimes also a certain path of queries to be written in a specific fashion. All of that is coming together to make semantic views. Third, semantic autopilots. What do they mean? When you come to select certain pieces, you should be able to understand which document you want to pick up, which table you want to pick up, which column or dimension you want to pick up, and that is the flexibility that we plan to give you out here in being an autopilot. Fourth, unstructured data. We talked about structured data with Cortex Analyst. That's one part. The most important second part is unstructured data, which is with the help of Cortex Search. How many of you have heard of the word RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation? Yes, 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 yes. How many of you are working on vector databases? Yes, please. Great. Thank you so much. Cortex Search is a mechanism with which you have got a document, we chunk it, we vectorize it. Snowflake also works as a vector database, folks. And after you have vectorized, we do a similarity, cosine similarity, if all of you are with me. And then we can find out that which is the best answer. So this is a lexical and a keyword search, and we can do a re-ranking on top of it. All of this is highly technical, but what I want to tell you is that we are the most efficient re-rankers out there. And then comes the third component. How do I bring in all the data? Third, how do I bring in all the data? That is with the help of open flow, with which you can now bring in from different sources, some of them which are already available and some of them which we are going to add in the next few quarters, right? So with this, you are bringing in the data. Fourth, which is you brought in data, but what about some specific numbers, demos, insights? Can I also bring that? Yes. That is Cortex knowledge extensions available on Snowflake Data Marketplace, and you can bring that data in for your AI workloads. All of that, put it together in a large pot called as Snowflake Intelligence, right? Upload a file, do a deep analysis with a KPI, do a web search on top of your data, and use some custom tools right on top of it. Have a rich interface. You just now saw that there was a UI which was already built for you. You don't need to build it. You can ask your questions. You can have a conversation right there on the UI, and you can also provide feedback. I did not show you that there was a thumbs up and a thumbs down, and you could always download your charts and graphs which were getting populated. The last part is trust. You just now saw this happening to you, that you saw all of those graphs and charts. Where does the trust factor come from? That is, you would see that there is a green tick mark which tells you that this is coming from your data, from your tables, and this is something which you can rely on. Then comes, how do I keep my data secured? Because we have got Horizon Catalog and we have role-based access control already implemented on Snowflake, we know who has to access which data till when. So access policies, masking policies, row access controls, all of them are available on top of Snowflake, as we say. Next is user credential mapping. Which user is supposed to see what kind of data? So structured data, unstructured data. Sales agent comes in. He chooses which agent he has to work on. All those flexibility along with access is available right on the tool which you are building to make this agentic framework work better. How do I easily build? How do I observe? And how do I improve my agent? All of this comes with explainability and observability. Without these, it is very difficult for us to understand and fathom what is right and what is not. So all of that also comes in on top of Snowflake Intelligence. Every query that is running, you can see that. Every query, what is the truth, the groundedness, you can find out. So all of this coming in together, flexible interaction models. And this is what is the picture that I want you to walk away with. You would have had to take a very roundabout way. You would have had to gather your data, go through a SQL, do a RAG, get a business user adoption. But we are just directly using an astronaut and a rocket to fly you there from data to the insight in the shortest way. So this is what is Snowflake Intelligence for you guys. And this is the only picture that I want you to take away from. Rest all is demonstration, which I've already done for you. 1 minute more to go. Let me know if there are any questions. I would be happy to take them.
Can you please pass the mic?
Hi.
I think I'm also finishing my time here. Yes, please. And yes, I'm also available outside in the Snowflake booth. Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, this is Kiran here. I just had a question, like, don't we need to give any context to that agent out there? Like, it might say misread certain terminologies. So
yes, we do need to give it a context. So when we talk about that, that is where the semantic view came into place, and that is where the semantic view has got these dimensions and the synonyms for the same. We do need to give the context, yes.
Yeah.
And
hello.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yeah, hi.
In the left-hand side, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam, for the nice presentation.
Thank you.
So first question is like related with the Cortex search you have mentioned, right?
Yes.
So do we have any customization option, because can we select the LLM parser and embedding models during that
Yes.
process?
Yes, you can do that. So we have got some LLMs which are already present and available. You can have a model garden approach, and we do have EB5, Snowflake Embed 1.5, Embed 0.5, and a couple of embedding models. There is also an inline embed 768, inline embed 1024, which are available on top of Snowflake as functions. You can use them to embed. Yes.
Okay, sure. Thank you, madam. And in the agents...
Yeah.
Just one sec. I'll mix the question so that it's faster.
Yeah.
One is when you're saying unstructured data, so all the videos and all that can also be put in, right?
Yes,
right.
absolutely. That's right.
Secondly, when you're creating these platforms, the agentic AI platforms, right? No human intervention needed at all, right?
Once you have
And
built it,
let me complete the question so that you can. And what is the accuracy level? Have you checked the accuracy that there's no human intervention? So what is the accuracy of this agentic AI?
this is a very broad question, honestly. And when we talk about no human interference, then that means once you have built it, once you have built those agents, then post that you don't need to tweak it. But yes, I also showed you observability and explainability, where you had groundedness, truth, and on what basis this particular model is built. Let us say it drifts, or let us say it has got some challenges. You can always go back and you can correct your models. So we do have the flexibility because, of course, human in the loop is sometimes really necessary where it goes haywire or it is not giving you the right answers. So once a yes. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, after first usage, even this agent will be able to give you the numbers from the day that it starts working, and you have now fine-tuned it, you understand that this is how it works. After that, you can come back, answer, ask any questions, not only you, your entire team, instead of going to a dashboard, which you will maybe only see on a Monday, rather than that, just go ask a question. It is so convenient, right? Or you can also attach it with your Slack or your MS Teams, and you can ask a question on your Slack or your MS Teams, and it can go back and give you the answer. So the accuracy levels that we have seen is around 90% plus, and majority of the use cases, I'm just giving an average number, but we have also seen like some of the medical use cases, it is somewhere around 97, 98%, because that is very critical. And we are also working towards improving the efficiencies all through round. For example, Gen 2 warehouses, adaptive warehouses, and also the right combination of LLMs that Snowflake has contributed towards. Let us talk outside. So I think the next speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry. I know there must be many questions, but Sarita is going to be available in the booth section, so you can go and visit her in Snowflake section and ask any questions that you have, or she's also available here, so you can go and ask her. Because we're running a little short on time, so we need to proceed ahead with the next session. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have with us Honorable Priyank Kharge ji for the session today. He's going to be in the hall number 1. His session is happening from 2:15 to 2:45 p.m., so do not forget to be a part of it. Also, at the same time, today is the last day for the treasure hunt before 4. So it's going to be happening from 4 to 5 p.m. You can go and register yourselves from 11 to 12 p.m. right away. And also, it's a first come, first serve service sort of a thing. So if you go right away with your team, only 30 teams are being selected for the treasure hunt. Also, we're going to have the Voice of Indian Sport, Charu Sharma, with us in the hall number 1 after all the sessions end, and Kenny Sebastian too in the hall number 1. So do make sure that you become a part of these amazing sessions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next session will discuss how machine learning empowers smarter real-time credit decisions in fast-moving markets. This fireside chat will highlight ML's role in enhancing accuracy, enabling rapid risk assessment, and proactively detecting fraud. We have with us Neha Shivran, co-founder and chief growth and data scientist at Kisht, who leads the data science practice at Kisht, driving the production and deployment of ML models across the organization. She combines the technical expertise with business acumen to build data strategies and improve data quality for actionable insights. Now for the fireside chat. Let's welcome on stage Neha Shivran, everyone. And this session is moderated by Mohit Pandey, our tech journalist from AIM. Can we please give him also a huge, huge round of applause, everyone?
Hi, ma'am. Thank you, Shruti, for the introductions, and thank you so much, Neha, for joining us for Cypher 2025. I know you came straight from the airport and you met with some traffic. I mean,
I got stuck in Bangalore traffic a bit.
so would you say that Mumbai traffic is bad or Bangalore traffic is bad?
I think Bangalore beats Mumbai hands down, at least today.
Okay. I mean, but apart from that, I found the kish that what you're doing at the company is very interesting. And I think 2-3 weeks back, I was looking at the commercial that Sachin Tendulkar was part of it. So this credit space seems very interesting to me as well, because I am also tried to be very credit worthy and try to keep checking my CIBIL score and everything. But as AI and ML are coming into the pictures, things are changing pretty fast.
Yes.
And it's companies like yours that are doing a lot in this space. So can you tell me a little bit about what exactly is the goal of KIST and what you're building?
So let me set the context for this conversation, right? When we are talking of ML at the scale that we are operating, we are talking of speed and we are talking of scale, right? The journey for a customer on our app would on an average be around 8 to 10 minutes. So in 8 to 10 minutes, you have to collect all the data from all the sources, internal, external, provided by the customer, from third party. You have to collect everything, build your feature library, do the inferencing, and give a decision, right? That's the speed part.
Yeah.
In last 8 to 10 years, the models that my team has created have given some 5 crore positive decisions.
Oh, wow. Nice.
And some 50,000 odd crores of disbursement. So we have seen things at scale, which means every problem that had to occur has occurred at scale.
Okay. Yeah.
So these are the two things which we are governed by. And of course, given that we are a profitable entity, something must be working in the model that we are still able to deliver value. So I'm not going into the accuracy of the models right now. But these are the two guiding principles that we have when we build the ML practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the role of ML and AI when it comes to this, like making faster decisions? Like the tagline of KIST is saying yes to everything, saying yes to loans.
So, a fast decision can be a random decision also. You can say that I've looked at all the data, but today I will say yes to all the decisions. But to make an accurate decision, and let me just step back a bit. So in lending business, the only line item which is probable is the risk cost, the credit cost, right? And this is what is predicted and then realized. This is exact line item that ML controls.
Okay, yeah.
Because the models that you build, the decisions that you give, will determine what the credit cost will be. So this is one particular area where ML sits at the heart of business. So for anyone to be a great data scientist in this phase, you will really have to understand the space, ML, and now even the regulatory piece along with it, right? Because it's a heavily regulated space.
Definitely, yeah. But still a lot of companies are still relying on historical data and they're not able to scale maybe because of that. So why do you think that is happening and how is your approach different?
See, there are two parts to it. One is you need to have a stellar tech stack to deliver the speed that we're talking about. And then you need to have some ML capabilities. This is not one of those areas where you can say that, okay, fine, I'll get a consultant and he'll do something for me, because it is so core to you that it will be driven by somebody at the top trying to build that practice
Yeah.
and delivering value. Otherwise, the confidence in this particular vertical will not exist.
Yeah.
For you to get a complete buy-in from all the stakeholders, it has to be, the buy-in has to be absolutely at the top.
Yeah, definitely. And this market is also moving so fast. I mean, fintech and the credit environment is also moving so fast. So how do you keep up with this volatility in the market?
See, when you talk about volatility, right?
Yeah.
One is the regulatory volatility, right? There are always some new guidelines which are coming in, so you have to understand those guidelines. You have to operate within those guardrails. Second is the industry changes, the customer behavior changes. So the way we think about the changes in our model is, one is the scale at which we operate, right?
Yeah.
My incoming population has to remain stable. Any blip anywhere, there is something changing.
Okay. Yeah.
Even in the alternate data, even in credit bureau data, there are sometimes you think, no, maybe this is just a change that's happening.
Yeah.
But when you dig deep, there is always a story.
Okay.
So, for example, I think 1.5 years back, there was talk of, I think RBI started the conversation around leverage, for example.
Yeah.
Then we started looking at the distributions, and we found one line item in the bureau which said that the microfinance trade lines are increasing.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we dug deep, we looked back, and then we realized that, okay, this is the one particular line item which is increasing from last 2-3 months.
Yeah.
And we need to be on top of it, what do we want to do with this? Are we okay with this increase, or are we not okay? So then we decided that we'll curb those exposures and all. But I'm saying that one is your own data talks to you. Second, you speak to the industry and to the credit bureaus, right? They also have an insight in terms of what other lenders are experiencing at this point. So someone will say that in this particular geography, let's say there is some stress for collections, for example. So there's a lot of conversation that this industry keeps doing.
Yeah.
And everything that we hear, we go back and quickly test whether we are experiencing it or not.
Okay. Yeah. And does your all these AI ML models that you're using, are they adapting quickly to the changes that are happening, regulations? And what amount of human intervention is still needed, or is it not needed at all?
So, again, we are in a regulated space. While I collect all the data, if I want, weekly I can refresh my models, right? But there is an element of inferencing in your credit models, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want my model to be an echo chamber.
Yeah.
Every time I update my model, I want to know what happened to the customer that I rejected. So that makes it a requirement for me to go back to bureaus, to look at more data, not to give bias. So we do these refreshes every quarterly. System can do it well and good, but there is always a sign-off which I look at the models, my team will look at the models, even the business owners will look at the models. So since this is such a core, it will always have human oversight.
Okay. And does it also help in creating more inclusion when it comes to giving loans and everything?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If let's say 100 customers coming to me, if I only use credit bureau data, 30% will anyways be rejected because they don't have any history, right? 70% out of 70% will say that, oh, if I start thinking like a bank, I'll probably say the 3 are good, I'll give them credit.
Yeah.
But for the customers, so we do not equate lack of credit history with bad credit.
Okay.
If I don't get bureau data, I'm willing to look at banking data, account aggregator data, payment aggregator data. So I'm looking to give customer a chance to prove that he's creditworthy.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what leads to a positive decision in the areas where probably a bank would not want to do.
Yeah, definitely. And I was also checking with a lot of banks and everything, and the adoption of AI and ML is still, risky to some sense. But yeah, definitely it's happening. But what is the most unique data points that you look at when you're providing credit to someone? And how is it different when it comes to an ML model looking at those data points and human looking at those data points?
So I'll give you a very quick example. I think all of us are now aware of the real money gaming, right?
Yeah.
So some part of our customers, of course, since like someone like Dream 11 will have a 22 odd crores people on the app, there will always be some overlap with that base with the customer that come to me. So most lenders, traditional lenders, won't look at this exposure one. But I would also not say that anyone who's on a gaming app, I mean, I might be on Dream 11, you might be on Dream 11, we might be playing, but there are other triggers which the data can combine. For example, what we saw in the data, that anyone with real money gaming exposure doing a lot of transactions on top of it,
Okay.
and subsequently doing an inquiry on the bureau, and sometimes maxing out the credit cards. That was a behavior, that's a financial behavior you don't want to encourage in your portfolio.
Definitely, yeah.
So similarly, you see same patterns for people trading in FNO. And the latest one, by the way, is the Astro.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so the customers who are first taking a loan and somewhere doing very heavily interacting with the Astro apps are also a bit,
Yeah.
behavior is a bit different, I would say.
So in practice, when you are checking someone's credit worthiness, can you share some more examples related to it? What are the other data points, any historical data that you look at?
See, one is the traditional bureau that we'll see, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know, but I worked with Civil TransUnion for a couple of years, and I was leading the team which developed their industry score. So I know how the credit score works, and you know the shortcomings of it.
Yeah.
So we have built, of course, we've built our own credit score using the traditional bureau data. On top of it, we encourage customers to give us banking data in form of account aggregator. Again, that is traditional. Within account aggregator now, there are there are transactions. If you just look at data, there are banking transactions, but there is a lot of information on the behavior. For example, I can also figure out whether this customer is making trips to the wine shop.
Yeah, yeah.
So while, you know, it can pretty well be just a correlation and not a causation, but when you have such a large data set, you are always tempted to, you know, feed the model with whatever you can, and that becomes a challenger model for us, right?
Yeah.
That if I don't apply any lens of business, this is what my model can do.
Okay.
Right? So that is the starting point, and then you start applying judgment to it that the models that you build should not fail business validations.
And so does this also result in a lot of false positives?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
Like any other model, it obviously will. So, like I said, we are quite concerned about our business is driven by how efficient we are, right? So when you say false positive, it is also a business loss in the sense.
Yeah.
So what we try to do is that the customer that I rejected, you have a hindsighting team. They kind of tell you that if a human were to look at this customer, what were the things that you missed? What were the positive signals that you missed? What were the negative signals that you missed? And that then goes to the data science team on why is it not appearing.
Yeah.
So it is almost like 50 cases a day will be looked at, and then the feedback will keep going to the ML team because they can also operate in their own silos.
Yeah, yeah.
So the loop is always complete, and then we go back to credit bureaus to see that, you know, if we rejected a customer, someone else gave a loan, what happened eventually?
Yeah. You touched upon it a little bit, but how can you share more examples of how it impacts your business as well?
See, when a customer comes, right, the 100 customers are coming to me, whether I select good 10 customers or good 15 customers, that impacts the P&L, right?
Yeah.
Because I've already spent money to get that customer from marketing standpoint, and now you want to optimize your funnel to give the best credit to as many people.
Okay, yeah.
So your models have to keep pace. They have to keep improving.
Yeah.
So, and how can they improve? Either you get more data, but I think we've reached a point where additional data does not add much value, because of that scale we've reached some time back.
Yeah.
Then the point is you change the way you model, right? You add features, you add embeddings of other data sources that you get. So all this put together, the models have to keep improving for this team to still be valuable.
Okay, yeah. So as you said that we constantly have to evolve the models and what we are working on, can you share some example of where a traditional model that you were using earlier would have failed, but now the modern MLOps model are helping in that, enabling that?
Like I said, when I'm using a logistic or even a XGBoost, right? I mean, I'm as good as the team that creates the features.
Okay.
So there is some interaction, which of course they will keep looking for it. They are very diligent, but they will miss it. For example, when we are looking at a gaming customer doing n number of things, so there is multiple hops that you're looking at, right? So your traditional ML models can only pick so much.
Okay.
But we realized when we were so when we built our challenger model, the embeddings of the app data that we put in, that model was able to capture this kind of population much better.
Okay.
Right? So this is the delta that you're able to add to the model if you keep evolving.
Was there any case where the traditional model performed better?
Oh yes, there will be many cases, because sometimes the bias of the kind of customer that I've approved keeps getting in, no matter how much I try.
Yeah.
And you have to understand the gravity of the problem by the fact that I'm only approving, let's say, 15% of the customers. So 85% are getting rejected.
Yeah.
So the bias of that 15% can keep building up very quickly.
Yeah.
Couple of wrong updates to the model, and model will start, figuring out something else. So what we do is we go back and go to the credit bureau, say that forget about what we underwritten. Give us 1 million data points, and we'll create another model on your data, on industry data, something that is not seen in my population.
Okay.
So we apply that filter that fine, my model says no, that model also has to say no.
Okay, yeah.
So we try to break that bias, because the positive decisions are so few that model, the bias gets, it's the biggest problem that the credit models face, that if you don't obsess about bias, I think give it 3 cycles and it'll be echo chamber for you.
Just one more question on that. So as you said that the scaling the data doesn't really improve the performance at this point. Why is that? I mean, increasing the data points?
Like I said, 5 crore positive decisions. I mean, I can sample across years, and I can sample 5 million data points. And beyond that, I have not seen much improvement in models.
Okay.
If I increase the data series to years, yes, because there were some nuances in those years which would have changed.
Okay.
See, there's always this, the question whether you want to be married to the recent time or you want representation.
Okay. Yeah.
So the way we think about it is that while I want to be married to the recent numbers, I want some flavor of what has gone by as well.
Okay.
So the way sampling will happen is that my 70% of population will come from last 1 year. Rest 30 will be sampled from multiple pieces.
Okay. So can we also dive a little bit deeper into your tech stack? And can you explain to me, are you building all these solutions from ground up at your firm, or you're also using some off-the-shelf products?
See, on the tech side and on the ML side, our DNA was always, we are fintech, right? So we'd always started building everything on our own. But we have come to a point where we also understand what is core and what is periphery. So whatever is core, we will want to keep it to ourselves, because we want changes very quickly. And whatever is periphery, for example, if conversational AI can make a difference in collections, for example, or calling customer service, we will not go out and start building those solutions just because we can do it.
Yeah.
Because our time is better spent solving the problem which impact you here and now, right? So that lens we always apply. So for ML, we are completely on AWS, so we use the usual SageMaker, bias and weights and biases. So we use MLOps, but largely it is in-house for us.
Okay. I mean, that is an interesting thing, because I think, as you mentioned, let some people build conversational AI tools and we can all come together and build on top of that. And so coming to the business part a little bit again, there's always a need for rapid growth in every sector, in every company. So how do you balance that need when it comes to responsible lending? And like, you want to be at responsibly lend people. And
see, we do try that. There are no regional biases or no gender biases that creep into your model, right? And like I said, it is in our business interest to make our funnel more, inclusive.
Okay.
In the sense that, fine, the customer has very little, imprint on the bureau. Still, look at see if you can justify the credit cost on basis of something else,
Yep.
then something else. So, when we increase in scale, the complexity will increase for us, but we are still looking for additional data sets to make the whole thing more inclusive.
So do you think using all these AIML solutions, does it help in reducing all these risks?
It does, it does.
Okay.
And see, since we are in a regulated space, every once in a year, I will have to sit in front of the regulator and explain what I'm doing.
Okay. Yeah.
So that always, that vantage point helps you to evaluate your model when you're building it,
Yeah.
right? Because you also know that it has to be explainable and it has to make business sense, right? If my model, for example, says that the customers who have not paid in the past are great customers, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't add up, So I'm saying that because of the space that we exist in, we are still grounded in the business realities.
Okay. And so one of the most interesting topic that I want to touch upon is the fraud part. I mean, there's always a risk of fraud, especially in this industry. So can you share some case where your model, your AI/ML model, was able to prevent fraud?
See, fraud sounds very Sherlock Holmes, but it's not quite in the business in business reality. What happens is that there is the range, right, from white to black. And when we look at signals, even before the credit underwriting starts, we have the device triggers with us,
Yeah.
and we have where the customer is logging from, what is adding up, what are the anomalies that you see. So the model will say that there's a red, there's an amber, and there's green. So green gets a great, red is out, green is this thing, and the amber one will probably have to give more data than this thing. So it's very boring. I mean, it's not as if, there'll be one insight that will come through. But what we have seen is in our digital lending space, the device-related anomalies is what drives the extreme behavior in small portfolios that we see.
Okay. And so as I was looking at the company and the profile, I see that there's a lot of repeat customers on your platform.
Yes.
So what is it that your company is doing that the other banks are still not able to do?
See, one of the things that once we are sure of the credit of the repeat customer, we give a garden path.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I'll give the best offers, the tag for that journey will be even lesser. The customer will see that this is what is available to you, come, just take it, and it's done, right? Because our business, our P&L is built on these customers who keep coming to us. And I would be lying if I say that they don't go to other banks because there is only so much we can do. So now we've also started partnering with banks, saying that this set of customers, they are great customers, but my cost of fund is so high that I can't give them a loan at 11%.
Okay.
So if you want to service them, I'll pass it on to them. So I do these arrangements as well, where I know that I can't service these customers. But having said that, I do lose customers to all banks and NBFCs because now they've proven their credit. Now everyone wants them.
Yeah, makes sense. So also, as you can see, the younger generation that is coming up right now, the Gen Z and the Gen Alpha, a lot of people are now using the buy now, pay later model a lot. Everyone is buying iPhones on EMIs, and so how do we mitigate the risk that comes along with this?
Yeah, this is interesting. So this is one behavior, which is what you want to curb. In very traditional lending also, they do it on a pen paper way also you can do it, on a very large scale also you can do it. So there are a lot of signals in data to say that, fine, this customer is closing somewhere, opening, it is in some debt cycle. And it is a time bomb waiting to happen. You can go back, test as much as you want, and we've seen that. So we were so obsessed with finding such customers because in our segment, this is what will burn the entire portfolio if not done well. So we not only try to identify the customer on today's behavior, but we have built models to predict that who's the customer, given the past behavior, given the past patterns, will go on and become one.
Okay, yeah.
And so we try to balance out extremes, that this customer on some count has shown extreme behavior, combined with everything, oops, this is not adding up. So we do obsess about this problem.
Using AI and ML, has it helped you increase in identifying this? Or,
I mean, you can't do it otherwise. I mean, how else do you expect someone to put a pen and paper? See, I'll tell you what will happen. All models combined, we are using some 800, 900 features. If someone was to say yes, no, based on 800, 900 features, I can tell you the eventual approval rate will be 0, right?
Okay.
Considering that we are still approving customers and we are doing reasonably well, and not just us, the entire financial services, since the longest time, has been using some form of, now we can call it logistic, you can call it a decision tree, but it has evolved.
Yeah.
But it has one of those early adopters of some form of machine learning.
Yeah.
And fintechs have better DNA to build on it. Banks can be slightly slower than us, but I mean, this is one sector which sees value in it.
Okay. So Neha, those were all the questions I had for now. I'll open up to the audience, but just one last question. I think there's a lot of people sitting from banks here in this hall as well. So
no offense meant.
any advice or AI ML advice that you would want to give them so that they can also move fast maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the data scientists, the young data scientists that I work with, they get supremely excited about the newest technique that they can use. And I sometimes feel that people are more interested in technique than the data or the customer.
Yeah.
That doesn't take you too far. I mean, you really have to be interested in the data that you see, the story. You should know the story before you go out and find it. And that's when you start connecting the dots. Without that, if you don't connect the dots, it'll be one model over another. You will never be able to figure out that where does the problem lie.
Yeah.
So I really feel that this is one thing which I try to at least inculcate in the team, that please understand the customer, the segment, the business, the P&L, everything before you deep down into the next fancy model that you want to pick up.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Neha, for your time, and it was lovely and very insightful talking to you. If there are any questions, we would love to take.
Oh, wow.
Wow, so many questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Neha. It was an amazing and engaging conversation. So, incidentally, I come from a bank. Okay. So, I have just one question. See, you spoke about the approval process, right? The time that it takes to go through the whole life cycle and then reach at a credit decision, right? So, which I believe you still have 8 to 9 minutes or 10 minutes to do that calculation. What I'm more keen to understand in this competitive world that we are now, right? You book a cab, you get an offer for a 10 lakhs of a loan, right? You order something from Zomato, they come back and say that you can take a 5 lakhs loan, right? So with all this happening at the same time, how do you look at your acquisition channel? What makes it different for you to get that confidence to the customer or get that first mover advantage, right? Once there are so many players out there.
See, what is different about us is, one of the channels that we operate is, of course, digital marketing. The other channel that we have is the merchant acquisition channel, right? Where we have active merchants who have our credit QR pasted on their shops, and customer just walks in, takes a QR, and the journey starts. Now, in different segments, right, different things can work, and this is one channel which gives us roughly 30 to 40% of our volume that we do. So this is the moat that we have created in last 4 years, that our acquisition, despite everything, continues to be steady. So it is online plus offline mix that we have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Neha. Here.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm Rohit from PayPal. So my question is regarding, so you told us you would take a decision on 8 to 10 minutes based on the customer's data with the traditional CIBIL score and other data. So you also mentioned you would use Dream11 if the customer is a Dream11 customer, or like they're using any other apps. Or so why would some other apps would share their customer data to you, like their gambling behaviors, or like they're using poker apps or any other things? Like why would different entities share their data to you?
Sorry, I think you misread.
Yeah.
What I said, even in your bank statements, right? I can see whether the transaction was made through on Dream11 or on a poker site. I can read those transactions.
Okay.
One part is that. Second is when the customer comes on the Kisht app, the customer agrees to give one-time access, consented access for certain data sets, right? Which includes your app data. So we access what apps is the customer running. Now, just having an app is not enough for me. So the app data combined with what you're doing in your banking transactions is what helps me make a decision. So it's not that the third party is sharing the data with me.
Got it, yeah.
Hey Neha, on your left, I guess, this way.
Hi.
So you just briefly touched upon BNPL and EMIs, right? In the current world, I think the banks are actually gaining.
Sorry, I just want to correct it here. We don't do any BNPL product. We do loan products which are 6 months or more than 6 months. So just for correction.
But I wanted to get your thoughts on it, right? The banks are earning actually money from BNPL as well as EMIs. So in order to discourage that type of behavior, if we want to discourage, what could be the ways wherein we can go ahead and discourage? Because banks are making money, they will try to push it, but that is not the ideal way, or a ticking bomb, if I were to put it.
Isn't the credit education a better way? I mean, any adult should be educated enough on the financial planning part, right? They should know how much debt to what end is good, right? Whether it's you're just a fancy purchase or you are using it for your business. I mean, it's part of credit education. So pushing it from a regulator stand or a bank stand, I don't think, at least I subscribe to that view, that there has to be an intervention, there has to be an education, right? That when the customer is, for example, accessing his credit bureau, he should be conveyed that, you're running too many loans. Maybe you don't want to take another loan, right? So at right touch points, you need to educate the customer on the best credit behavior. But I do not subscribe to the view that, just because someone is making money out of a need. Nobody's pushing anyone to, take a loan. So my view would be, personal view would be, that it has to heavily come from either from the regulator or from the industry bodies, that how do you educate people on what is the right amount of debt that one should take? And by the way, anyone taking excessive debt is not good for the lender itself. So that is beyond proven. So it is in everyone's interest that the debt is to the right level. But again, I would not comment on who's making money out of which transaction.
Thank you.
I think we can take one last question.
Hello. So I have a couple of questions. First is that, have you used any social media data in your, you talked about kind of when you accept a customer, you basically roll out offers and all. But do you try to control the risk by, say, either by giving, either starting at higher prices and lowering it down once the customer, and you see good behavior from the customer over time, or you control the exposure, and then later on you kind of increase the exposure, like once you start seeing better results from the customer?
Okay. So the first question is social media. I think 2019 onwards, I have not seen a lot of social media data being accessible, right? I think last was Facebook and LinkedIn used to give you some data. I think the closest I've come to using any data beyond what I'm using right now was the contact call log data, which used to be there. And I can tell you, my hands and legs for that data, because it used to be so useful to figure out which delinquent customer is connected to whom, where do you draw the line. Having said that, in I think middle of 2019, we gave up our permissions for those on Google Play Store, because we thought that those were the data sets which were also liable to be misused. So we thought that, just to be on the safer side, we have not accessed that data ever since. And again, it was extremely useful from a credit and a fraud standpoint. To your second question, we do both. We truly value the customers who are coming back. Because one, that the customer has a proven track record. The customer, even though has a proven track record, will still have to prove creditworthy. And then, like I said, we will roll out a garden path in terms of exposure, in terms of pricing and offer.
Okay, so I think those are all the questions for now. Neha, will you be available outside for all? Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Neha, and lovely talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohit, and thank you so much, Neha, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, today at 2:15, we would be having we would be having our Cabinet Minister, Honorable Priyank M. Kharge, Electronics, IT, BT, and Rural Development, Panchayat, Raj at Government of Karnataka, and he will be talking about Karnataka's tech vision, AI startups, and innovation hubs. Also, a very important news for you all, Grog, in collaboration with Machine Hack, is hosting its real-time AI agent hackathon near the Expo stage today at 2:30 p.m. Fun fact, on day one of Cypher itself, Grok raised $750 million, doubling its valuation to $6.9 billion in just over a year. Wall Street is betting big on hardware. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a lunch break. We'll see you back at 12:35 as we would be having our next session after that.
In the age of intelligence, life sciences need more than just data. They need decisions powered by AI. They need
பெரும் இந்திய விண்வெளி வீரர் கூட்டன் சுக்லா சர்வதேச
हमके सीने में दर्द होत हो। डॉक्टर के आशंका बा कि हार्ट में कोनो ब्लॉकेज न हो। एही खातिर हमके एंजियोग्राफी करावे के बा।
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଆବେଦନର ସ୍ଥିତି ଜାଣିବା ପାଇଁ 5 ଦବାନ୍ତୁ। ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଅନୁମୋଦନ ହୋଇଛି। ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଅନୁମୋଦନ ହୋଇଛି।
నాకు రేపటిలోగా వేప పురుగు మందు డెలివరీ కావాలి, ఇది అత్యవసరం.
ఎల్లుండి మీరు ప్రామాణిక డెలివరీ ద్వారా
ଆପଣଙ୍କ
हमके सीने में दर्द होत हो। हमके सीने में दर्द होत हो। डॉक्टर के आशंका बा कि हार्ट में कोनो ब्लॉकेज न हो। एही खातिर हमके एंजियोग्राफी करावे के बा।
Check. Mic on this wedge you can increase. Check and check and check.
నాకు రేపటిలోగా వేప పురుగు మందు డెలివరీ కావాలి, ఇది అత్యవసరం.
ఎల్లుండి
Oh, check. Thank you. Check. Hello. Check. Check and check. 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 Hello. Hello.
నాకు
Okay. Sorry. Check. 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 This is great. So effects yen hakidiro, that's fine. On this it's okay. Stereo out, no effects. No compressor limiter yalla. Everything is set in this, so it will not go above 0. So we'll quickly check stereo out. एकदम मात्रा सिर्फ ये जब मैं ये पहनता हूँ ना तो आप उधर ही होंगे, तो वो थोड़ा टिक कर देना हुआ तो। Okay, stereo out going in. शर्ट के अंदर ना, हाँ वो कर दो।
I have it down. You want me to give more volume here? ಆ್ಯಂಗಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಓಕೆ ಇದು ಕಾಣೋ ಥರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ನಾನೇನು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಲಾ this is also good. Yeah, ಇದು ಕಾಣಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Switch ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ delay. I'll give volume here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm putting 75%. ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದು ನೀವು ಗೇನ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. This on the wedge. Yeah, this is good. You can take it down a little bit on this. You have EQ on for monitors. You can cut below 20, below 40. You can cut that range off. Yeah, I think this is good, huh? Yeah, this is better. Thank you so much. I'm going to check patches. Yeah, this is good. Okay, let's check. ಇದು ಕಾಣೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. Yeah, I can't see. This light you can take remove. Thank you. A little bit is. Check, 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 check. Headset on monitor. Check and check, 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 check. Little bit more on the monitors. Check, 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 check. This is good. Great. Yeah, please keep that going. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, keep it going, please. So, yeah, you can see feedback and adjust the interface volume a little bit. Check and check, check, check. Great. Okay, you can mix PA. Check and check, 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 check. Okay. Can you mute headset? Mute headset. Yeah, please mute the headset. Yeah. Check. Check, check. Acha, there's feedback. Okay. Okay. Check, 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 check. Yeah, okay. Okay. Headset mute. Check, mute, check. Great. I'll take only 3 more minutes of your time. This is great. Mix is great. Thank you. You're able to hear it there? Can you check? This is okay. This light we need. Who's light person? Where is the light person? Okay, he's there. Okay. Shall we keep this here from this angle? Easier? Audio is great. Thank you so much. Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. And if I were to pick this, yeah. So I'll mark this. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈ ಕಡೆ ತಗೊಂಡು perfect. Yes, this is good. Yeah, this angle. ಅದೇ ನೀವು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮೂವ್ ಆದರೆ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಇಟ್, ನೀವು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಗೆ ಮೂವ್ ಆದರೆ ಹೇಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ ಥರ. Audio is great, thank you. Lighting will figure out. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, this is okay. Yeah? Those are done. Those are done. Lights. Lights here. We're using this. Okay. Great. Yes. If. Yeah. I'll. Thank you for reminding. Okay. Yeah, this lighting is good. Yeah, so on Q, he speaks Hindi. Hindi is Hindi. मैं आपसे हिंदी में बात करूँगा. तो जब मैं आपको Q देता हूँ, dim the lights, तब you can just bring all lights down. Okay. Yeah, all the lights. In fact, even if the screen you can dim it, then that also will be. That can keep going, but if possible, the screen can also dim. It's just choice for you all. Is it possible to make this black screen? Or black screen ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು. Blank.
So we can make your in the center.
Video on this side, is it?
The video on the center.
Okay, this is good.
Good.
It's in the side, people can see.
Center
This side, I myself will cover it. So, this is great, amazing, perfect. You people tell me, is this better or that's better? What is better, this or that? Large one, small one? Which one is better for an audience to see? That we can't change now, that's okay. But this one or that one? That was better, yeah. So we'll keep the video on that side itself. You feel? Would I cover it for people? Would I cover? You? Yeah? It's simple. That one? Okay. Would I cover it? Would I cover the screen if I'm standing? It's if I'm standing in front like this. Correct. Okay. Right. Thank you so much. Audio, video, lights, tech. Thank you so much. Great. I'll come back to trouble you a little later at 1 p.m. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ನೀವು.
We are AIM Media House. Born in Nama, Bengaluru. Built for the world. We make tech make sense. We tell stories that matter. This is the era of AI, and we are the ones telling its story. Think AI, think AIM.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. How many of you are coming from the lunch zone? I am. Good lunch today. Loved the fish. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting with the next session in 3 minutes. So buckle up. If you have anything that you need, please go get it. If you have a friend who needs to be here, please text them. And apart from that, please make sure that your phones are on silent mode so that when the sessions are on, nobody gets interrupted. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shruti Tripathi, and I've been your host for the last 3 days. I hope that you've been here for the last 3 days in my hall. How many of you have been here for the last 3 days in my hall? Do you all remember my name? Do you know my name? Does anyone? No? Guys, my name is Shruti. S-H-R-U-T-I, not T-H-I, T-I. Shruti Tripathi, and if you would like to follow my work or be a part of my journey, you can follow me on Instagram by the name of Anchor Shruti Tripathi. I have a great news. I don't know if you know about the YouTube page on YouTube named as Filter Copy. Filter Copy Candid is going to launch one of my videos today. It's not something that you usually do. It's a day-to-wait show. But I'm a funny guy. Or at least I've been told so, and I think so. I would like to think so, even if it's a lie. So make sure that you subscribe to it and do watch my video and comment there. Hey Shruti, we met today. For the last 3 days we've been meeting. Enough about myself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Priyank M. Kharge, our Cabinet Minister, Electronics, IT, BT and Rural Development, Panchayat Raj at Government of Karnataka, is going to be here with us today at 2:15. He's taking a session on Karnataka's tech vision, AI startups and innovation hubs. So if you are from Karnataka, and even if not, this is going to be a very interesting topic. I believe that there are going to be many inputs, and there are going to be many such informations that you might not know about. So please make sure that you become a part of it. It will be taking place in hall number 1. And let's get started with the next session. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you'll had a great lunch and you're energized for the remaining sessions. We have few more exciting sessions, after which we have the much awaited AI quiz, and of course, we're all waiting for our favorite Kenny to make Cypher even more fun. Let's move on to the next session. The movement of sovereign AI is accelerating, demanding integrated AI stacks that balance sovereignty with shared scientific principles. This session explores Bharat Gen, an initiative creating data sets, benchmarks, and AI models specifically designed for India's linguistic and cultural diversity. Our next speaker, Ganesh Ramakrishnan, is currently serving as Bank of Baroda Chairperson in Digital Entrepreneurship in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Bombay. His research spans large language models, generative AI, and AI for resource-limited settings. Please welcome on stage Ganesh Ramakrishnan, everyone.
Pleasure being here. I'm very excited to talk to you on a very important aspect of generative AI, which is sovereignty, and sovereignty on the entire stack, as was pointed out by Shruti, ranging from data to models to architecture, while being frugal, scalable, and obviously, as a good canonical representation of the global south, being able to adapt multilinguality, converting diversity into a strength. Now, this is a consortium effort, a very unique in the world initiative. While we have top faculty from IIT Madras, IIT Hyderabad, IIIT Hyderabad, IIM Indore, IIT Kanpur, and now IIT Kharagpur, IIT Delhi, so IIIT Delhi and IIT Kharagpur. What is interesting is the initiative functions through a Section 8 company, a not-for-profit. So we are actually hiring top talent from across IITs, including our own. So this is actually India's AI opportunity, converting the diversity into a strength by leveraging the similarity across languages, getting back our skilled engineers and researchers to work together, and that's what made DeepSeek possible, by the way. Also, India is trotting on the path of global leadership, but how do you really make this opportunity as a very important leapfrogging opportunity? So, the way we envisaged Bharat Gen, while certainly technological sovereignty and data sovereignty are important, how do we actually also convert the tag of India being a use case capital to an IP producer? This, needless to say, goes with other important aspects of national security and privacy, Atmanirbharta and cultural preservation. Now, I move from the why to the what. So what have we been doing so far? We're very grateful to the Department of Science and Technology, who last October decided to fund us through a Section 8 company. And early this year, in June, we had our Bharat Gen Summit, which saw the release of several models. Obviously, we've been releasing models continuously. AIM has been featuring several of them. And here's a short representative summary, a range of models from 500 million to 7 billion parameters. We released the Param one, which was a 2.9 billion pre-trained from the scratch, from the first byte to the last byte, a large language model for text, which had 33% Indian data, significant 25% of Hindi. This was Hindi-English. And we also released several domain-specific models in agriculture, legal, finance, and Ayurveda. We also have an upcoming release of a 7 billion mixture of experts. So there are probably only a couple, handful, maybe two small models of the order of 7 billion, one from IBM and one from us, which are mixtures of experts. Right? Whole bunch of models tagged as Suktam, and I'll talk about that for text-to-speech, speaker conditioned text-to-speech, Shrutam, which is the automatic speech recognition, constrained ASR, and Patram, which was India's first vision language document model, 7 billion parameters. All these models are available on Hugging Face and on AI Kosh.
Param, bilingual chat model, which is as good in Hindi as it is in English. The upcoming model will support 15 Indian languages. Patram, language model for documents. It understands Indian English documents via text or voice. Shrutam, speech-to-text model. It gives accurate transcription of Hindi spoken in any regional accent.
ये चर्चा नाम है संत रविदास जी का।
Suktam, text-to-speech model family, where speech can be generated in different Indian accents or personal styles across 5 languages. The proof is already here. Meet Krishi Sathi, powered by Bharat Gen. It delivers hyper-local, intelligent advice to farmers, spoken in their language, tailored for their soil and climate.
प्याज को भंडारण के वक्त कोई ऐसी प्रोडक्ट है जिसकी वजह से
भंडारण के दौरान प्याज की गुणवत्ता बनाए रखने के लिए आप उन्हें सूखने, सड़ने,
empowering Indian farmers to take right decisions. This is just the beginning. Bharat Gen is the seed of India's AI ecosystem, empowering governance, agriculture, education, healthcare, every sector, every state, every citizen. A new dawn rises, powered by Bharat Gen, Bharat's AI, Bharat's future, building an AI-empowered Bharat. AI journey. Jai Hind.
Subcontinent, but this diversity is characterized by gradient, a continuum, right? As you move from one place to the other, as you move from Bangalore to Mysore, you'll actually find a gradient in terms of the voice. And how do we leverage that in building our models? So we've also been doing a lot of upskilling, papers. We continuously publish. In a short span of 8 to 10 months, we have 15 plus papers from Bharat Gen in top tier venues, hackathons and so on. And this was...
हम प्याज के लिए जो 3.5 महीने के बाद स्टोरेज करते हैं, वो स्टोरेज में ज़्यादा दिक्कत आती है, तो स्टोरेज कैसा करना चाहिए?
क्या आप बता सकते हैं कि आपके प्याज की किस्म कौन सी है और आपने फसल कब काटी थी? प्याज को ठंडी और हवादार जगह में रखें जहां तापमान 25 से 30 डिग्री सेल्सियस और नमी 65 से 70% के बीच हो।
Is being made available in 15 Indian languages plus English, so 16 languages altogether. Now, we have been very honored, we are very grateful that yesterday at a very important event which characterized the India AI Impact Summit pre-event, an announcement awarded us a significant 900 plus crore grant to scale up our effort to large number of parameters, agentic models for Bharat. And yes, This is the model scaling initiative through the India mission. What's also interesting is through this, we see a whole of government approach. While we were initially funded by the Department of Science and Technology, MIT has actually stepped in a very significant way. So how are we doing all of this? So let's begin with this ecosystem. It's very important for us to understand at the bottom, you see the recipes in indigenous models and benchmarks. Now, the recipes are the nuts and bolts that actually make scalable systems work. Otherwise, we'll only be paper factories, right? But then, papers are important. That's where the research-based enabling of technology helps us push the frontiers. Knowledge-driven components are important because we don't want everything to be just algorithmic innovation. We also want language specifics, the nuances of speech to also reflect in the models, more so when there is explainability. And then we get back to the other important aspect, which is data sovereignty on the left-hand side, data mixing, explainability, provenance on the data, and all of that goes back to help improve our recipes. You see, it's a virtuous cycle which we need to be completely indigenous. And let me give some examples through speech. So in the case of speech, I'm going to begin with the first component, which is data. We have collected more than 12,000, actually 13,000 hours of speech data across different PIN codes in a very short span of time. And one of the things we realized is we need very robust mechanisms to ensure that semantic, syntactic checks are brought in as you source data from multiple vendors to ensure data fidelity, explainability, provenance, better data correctness, and so on. Obviously, this also has led us to build agentic architectures around data cleansing. Now, some glimpses into how we are able to improvise on state-of-the-art architectures to build India-specific architectures. For example, the automatic speech recognition architecture is extremely driven by our effort in the LLM space. So we were able to do LM rescoring with different kind of LM weighing schemes, and this was enabled through a E-branch former architecture within the transducer layer. And what is interesting is this has brought us to the top of the ASR chart, the automatic speech recognition chart, and we have compared against a whole bunch of other state-of-the-art models as well as companies. And you see we are right there, up at the top on multiple benchmarks. Likewise for text-to-speech. Now, one of the challenges with blindly adopting English text-to-speech models for India is that many of these Western text-to-speech models have something called the need for a duration prediction. So when I say namaste, the emphasis, the pitch, the duration for which I'm going to pronounce these phonemes matters a lot. Right? Namaste versus namaste. Now, the Western models often have dependence on what we call the duration of the prediction in the form of annotated data. How do you bypass that? Thankfully, there was an architecture called FITT as a fairy tailer that fakes fluent and faithful speech without flow matching. And these are models we need, for example, in the Krishi Sati demo, where we need personalized speech. Now, good thing about FITTS is that it discards strict alignment. But the problem, as I say, there's no free lunch. So what is the price we pay? 3x training time, right? 3x training time, in fact, there's also an inference overhead. So what do we do? Well, this is where innovation, academia, engineering come together, makes a big difference. So we had frequency selective boosting. If you look at the evolution of the LLs components, the frequency components, high-low, low-low, low-high, and high-high, you'll find that with these kinds of models, the evolution is slow. Often, even if there's a peak, there's a tendency for it to go down. It doesn't actually stabilize, as you can see in the rightmost bottom corner, HH. And what we are able to achieve through wavelet decomposition, right? Obviously, a lot more beyond just the use of the decomposition is you see a stabilization of the band, quick ramp up across all those frequency bands. And this also yields very good ASR. So here's a
நாடு முழுவதும் கொரோனா தொற்று பாதிக்கப்பட்டவர்களின் எண்ணிக்கை 3000ஐ கடந்துள்ளது. கடந்த 2019ஆம் ஆண்டு நாடு முழுவதும் பெரும்
A sample speech is provided along with the script. and new text is being
பெரும் இந்திய விண்வெளி வீரர் குருட்டன் சுக்லா சர்வதேச சுபான்ஷி திரும்பினார். இது பாதுகாப்பாக இந்தியாவின் மனித விண்வெளி பயண இலக்குகளுக்கு ஊக்கமளிக்கிறது.
So this is pretty much in the voice of the speaker, and we were able to do with less data. The suktam, but we didn't stop there. For us, alternatives are important, and that's one of the hallmark of good research, that we lay alternatives on the floor, right? We are able to come up with 1/10th smaller model, which is of course based on diffusion architecture. But the interesting thing here is we condition it on the speaker. In the previous case, what you saw was the speaker speaking out a text, and then new text being rendered in the voice of the speaker. Here what you need is only the speaker's voice. You don't need the associated text that was being read out. And all you do is condition the model on the speaker encoded or speaker encoder based representation of the speech. And here we are able to actually capture a lot more prosodic features, which means we can actually go beyond cloning the voice to also generating emotions. We'll be showing some demos later on of how these emotions can reflect in end-to-end use cases. So this is basically based on an end-to-end attention-based duration model. The interesting thing is a compact architecture with just 16 million parameters. This results in much less inference time. All the work we keep pushing on archive, and many of them get published eventually. So here's a small demo. You see there's a trade-off. The trade-off is obviously in terms of fidelity. Oh. Okay, for some reason it isn't playing. Well, but you can go to our paper and try it out yourself. Let me go to the next important aspect. How do you actually build LLM or equip these models with the large language modeling capability? While we were awaiting the big funds from the India emission, we are researchers. So, right, we can't keep waiting for the funds. We know that there are things we can do frugally as well. So a whole bunch of our researchers, my PhD student, started experimenting with what does it take to actually equip the speech models with LLM, let's say for the case of ASR. So we enhanced multilingual ASR. Now the important part here is how do you map the speech to the text? And that's done typically through a projector. But if we want to do this for multiple Indian languages, you want to train the speech to text for multiple Indian languages, can we do it using a mixture of experts? Can the projector be a mixture of experts? And actually we find that that's very effective. So sometimes you can also have shared experts which are able to cater to languages of the South. And we did find some very interesting patterns. For example, some observation. Tamil is confidently routed to a dedicated expert, whereas a language like Telugu is able to leverage other South Indian languages. Hindi and Marathi consistently flavor the same expert. So, I mean, this is interesting how we're able to do things frugally. And the confusion matrix is basically graphically representing the textual observations depicted here. Now, what does it take to really build these large models? So, on one hand, you need very good speech encoders. And this requires a lot of compute. So far, many of the experiments we used off-the-shelf encoders. If we are building our own encoders, we are going to build them based, again, on the phonetic similarity of Indian languages. The same word swagat is rendered in multiple Indian languages, swagatam in the case of Malayalam. But what you find is the syllables exhibit significant similarity across those. How can this be leveraged to actually build end-to-end speech LLMs? So obviously, you need recipes beyond just the architecture. Recipes could be whether you do speech encoder training plus text decoder being frozen, or speech encoder training plus text decoder, instruction fine-tuning, and so on, right? And of course, the other important part is, while I talked about extensive compute, we also need extensive data to have these speech encoders built from significant amount of unlabeled data. Plenty of unlabeled data, small amount of labeled data. So this is exactly where all those interesting combinations come up, right? So here's a small.
हमके सीने में दर्द होत हो, डॉक्टर के आशंका बा कि हार्ट में कोनो ब्लॉकेज न हो, यही खातिर हमके एंजियोग्राफी करावे के बा।
visual background noise for Bhojpuri, as an example. And a conventional ASR gets you endography. But when you have the larger context, you're able to get angiography despite the background noise, right? Of course, there are many other implications. You can do intent detection, constraint generation with prompts, voice activity, which is a subtle messaging through the voice that you capture in the form of text. Here's an example.
ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଆବେଦନର ସ୍ଥିତି ଜାଣିବା ପାଇଁ 5 ଦବାନ୍ତୁ।
This is text to speech.
ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଅନୁମୋଦନ ହୋଇଛି।
Abhinandan is very bland, right?
ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଋଣ ଅନୁମୋଦନ ହୋଇଛି।
Encoded features, right? Speaker conditioning, which I talked about in the case of our previous model, which is 1/10 the size of a larger model. We're actually able to do text to speech, which is dynamic, which has emotion aware generation, and of course, you can also have fine-grained control through speech prompts as well.
నాకు రేపటిలోగా వేప పురుగు మందు డెలివరీ కావాలి, ఇది అత్యవసరం.
ఎల్లుండి మీరు ప్రామాణిక డెలివరీ ద్వారా దాన్ని పొందుతారు. తప్పకుండా మీరు ఎక్స్ప్రెస్ డెలివరీని ఎంచుకుని రేపు పొందగలరు.
Of the speaker, but also the urgency associated with the speaker's voice. Right? This is, of course, what we are doing next. We haven't reached here so far. That's what India emissions funding is going to be important for us for, where we can take in speech or text, output speech or text, and actually build true speech agents. The reason we need slightly larger models to build these agents is there's an inflection point beyond which these models show the agentic behavior. And if you're aware of how distillation happens, model and knowledge distillation, when you have access to the larger size models, you could also distill the model, not just the data, to build smaller models, right? Larger models also have significant tool calling capabilities. Now I move to text. I know we have only 10 minutes left, but let me see what I can do. Again, I'm going to just give you some glimpses of what happens in each of those quadrants here. So in terms of the recipes, indigenous models, and benchmarks, what have we done for text? I already explained to you that one of the key things in designing these models is the data preparation, sampling, of course, the architecture associated with the model, and then you start the training loops, which of course can take quite a lot of time. The turnaround time is a big challenge with building foundational models, which you see on the right-hand side. And again, there are 4 aspects here: model, architecture selection, and optimal parameter choice, which are very much a research area of research, whereas there are areas which are more engineering focused. For example, distributed training pipeline setup, benchmarking, and automation. And that's the reason we need engineering and research to work together. Thankfully, BharatGen enjoys that privilege. We were able to bring out Param 1 2.9 billion pre-trade model checkpoint, and then we had a fine-tuned version which was released. The pre-training was on, as I pointed out, a significant amount of Hindi, more than most other models out there, including Llama. And the training, just to give an idea, if a small model like this, it needs 128 nodes. One node has 8 H100s for 2 epochs, and the training duration is 9 days. That's the order we are talking about, right? And what to speak of some of the smaller experiments we do before we get to these models, because we also need to make sure that these models perform well. And our model in the same range is so competitive. It's actually topping, in many of the benchmarks, it's actually doing as good or better than some of the other models, which are slightly even larger. Right? And as I pointed out, publications are in our DNA, so we keep putting them out, either in the form of blogs, which are easy to consume, or sometimes in the form of detailed technical reports. The other aspect of how do you make these models useful is a personal assistant. You need instruction data set. So one of the very important aspects in instruction data set or instruction fine-tuning is data mixing. There are many other aspects which I won't talk about, but what's interesting is we were able to figure out for the larger model runs some of the more useful configurations that lead to effective supervised fine-tuning. The data mixing proportions you see here example. And the other important aspect is downstream applications, right? So while we are working on base models, tuned models, and so on, there are also these important verticals. One of them is citizen access. So we work closely with the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, right? And what we realized is their need was not just the personal assistant, but also classification. A user grievance, I have not got an LPG subsidy, needs to be routed to the correct last mile grievance redressal officer sitting in their department. And it was so interesting that through this entire exercise, we were able to build new models, we were able to publish at top-tier venues. In fact, we built an entire architecture called guided questioning. So when a user, I'll give an example from healthcare here. I feel fatigued and weak and I have a bad cough. Right? If I need to answer this query, I'll need to seek more information. Because this query could be classified into asthma, cold, or spondylosis. But the moment there's a guided questioning, the second part, the chatbot asks these questions, well, the user says, I'm experiencing a severe cough which produces a lot of saliva. And that reduces the search space of potential classes. So this was published at NACL 2025. But what's interesting is not only we built a rigorous POC, we did benchmarking, we also tied up with a system integrator and were instrumental in winning the RFP. So the point is, this is from lab to the market, right? And as I said, the 7 billion mixture of experts is quite unprecedented. We are able to do that in 16 languages with such a small number of parameters. And that was basically, we were constrained by compute. That's why we had to go for 7 billion. But thanks to India emission, we'll be able to now scale up this entire exercise significantly. Yeah, and that's how the model scaling enablement from India emission is going to make a big difference. And this is what we are envisaging, up to 1 trillion parameters. The larger models, as I pointed out earlier, are very important, that we have access to them so that we can distill from the model architectures, not just from the model data. Right? DeepSeek distilled from other data, but we can distill from architectures the way ChatGPT did with GPT-OSS. And there are also, of course, the implications in terms of multimodal speech and document vision models. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to move forward. How does the research-based enabling of technology happen in this entire process? So we maintain a repository of all the research threads. Many of them task-specific sparsity patterns. What are the neurons that are attributed to different languages and tasks? How do you actually get very good, effective personalization in the fine-tuning exercise and so on? There's a menu card of interesting research problems. I'm going to give a glimpse into some of them. It's stuck. But anyways, this is an example for high-quality optical character recognition, going all the way from layout detection, table recognition, equation extraction, and so on, creating an ensemble of models, the same mixture of expert idea, and being able to get you finished text. Right? This is, in fact, being offered as a pro bono service to many Indian agencies which have been collecting data, and we say, you are free not to share the data back with us, but here's a service we offer, because we are, of course, for India, for the public. And the other important point I keep bringing back is we always present alternatives. There's no one-size-fits-all. We cannot fit a square peg into a round hole. There are use cases where you actually can do well with just OCR-based models, where the text foundational models need to know the schema of the OCR data. And there's a whole bunch of approaches. And we are also building foundational models for document understanding. We, in fact, built India's first document vision language model. Now, what happens with document specifically is, unlike vision, you need reconstruction, summarization, translation, classification, related queries, and, of course, retrieval, grounding, and question answering. Right? And so we built out this entire pipeline, which is completely free from vision foundational models, which is based on LLMs, plus understanding of the layout, right? So schema, markup. So this also gives us efficiency. This gives us the ability to ground provenance in the entire process. Here's an example where you have the structure in the table, and you want to identify the operating activities have a cost of over $455.2 in the year one. Right? All these semantics need to be actually preserved in Indian context documents. We also built India's first vision foundational document foundation model from scratch, which I mentioned earlier. And now the exercise is on with the India mission to extend this to 22 Indian languages for multiple verticals: finance, legal, healthcare, governance, and so on. And this is end-to-end. How is our VLM performing? I mean, again, benchmarking is in our DNA. While we admit that we are not as good as Quinn, we also realize that there are certain benchmarks which are not appropriate for document vision models. So, for example, we created our own benchmark called Patram Bench. And DocVQA is somewhat easy to game. There are other issues. And we find that we're still quite competitive with a model which has actually ingested, I don't know how much data from where, which is Quinn from China. Right? Now, where are we heading with the entire India mission? This video should probably give you an idea. Okay, this is in play, but there's a very interesting video where we actually create the use case of land records, right? I mean, a person doesn't know what he's signing in rural India. And what we're able to show here is the needle in a haystack problem, or what we call the visual haystack problem, identifying the issue associated with the document that the person is signing and alerting the person proactively. Another very important aspect is a knowledge-driven component. So how do you make sure that knowledge is built into the model pipeline right from tokenization? This is very important. Tokenization gives you the ability to not only get explainability, but also inference speed. You can increase context length to have more control on that. So in this next slide, I'm going to give you an example of these lexical and syntactic aspects. So I'll give two examples. One is leveraging lexical similarity, which is word similarity across Indian languages for more effective, meaningful tokenization. And the other is syntactic similarity. So just an empirical exercise which we undertook. What happens if we actually do the right data mixing across different languages, Indian languages, to find the right token or sub-tokens, right? And we find that, interestingly, languages like Malayalam, which are morphologically rich, right? Their proportion, when it's increased, it helps the tokenizer better. Whereas languages like Hindi, even if you start with a uniform mixture, eventually Hindi, its importance gets suppressed. Why is that so, right? So here, and we have published this, of course, at ACL, ICML, etc. You'll find that Hindi, khulta. Now, khu and lata, is that the right sub-tokenization of Hindi? Well, I mean, you benefit more by having it as khul and ta, right? How do you actually bring this knowledge into tokenization? Even more so when it comes to what we call conjoint vowels. So here you have the word padhai. Padhai can be split as padha and ai. Does that make sense? We would like to have the conjoint vowels along with the preceding consonants, right? Not only that, the moment you start looking at sentence structures, so Kolkata sthit Prasiddha Kali Ma ka mandir bahut hi bhavya hai. That's what is rendered in those graphs. All I want to point out is the graph E, A, B, C are rendered by doing what we call word grouping based on grouping the lexeme with the morpheme, morphological suffix. And what we realize is that Indian languages exhibit amazing similarity, right? The English is largely subject, verb, object. For small sentences, easy to see. Indian languages are subject, object, verb. And that's what you see leveraged. And why is this important? The moment you start looking at multi-token prediction, speculative decoding, which is, of course, for inference, but you can go back even to the training phase, you'll find that more intelligently parsing the structure of the language can help us reduce or increase the fidelity, reduce the errors associated with the decoding, especially given Indian languages have less data. I know I'm running out of time, so there's a whole bunch of papers. I'm just going to flash. The other important aspect is data subset selection. If everyone talks about data sovereignty, one important aspect of data sovereignty is the provenance of the data. So we got a NURIS paper accepted yesterday. There's a whole bunch of papers which talk about how you can actually do dynamic data mixing through different stages of a process. This goes back to our EMNLP 2023 paper, and then we had a paper in ACL 2024, and finally a paper at NURIPS 2025 on this entire strategy in scalable settings. That's very important. How do you find the right data mixing so that the model, based on the model, the data mixing is being automatically figured out? I'm going to skip all of this, but you can go to my or Bharat Gen's website to understand. The last part here is Bharat Data Sagar. All this put together gives us a very agentic approach, but we also keep publishing benchmarks. So there's a NACL 2025 Indic benchmark initiative. We also released a whole bunch of benchmarks in agricultural, finance, legal domains. They're all listed here, Ayurveda as well. And we've also been putting together approaches by which you can create these data sets. Right? This is these different domains. I'm going to skip all of this. This is legal, right? And there are a whole bunch of human-in-the-loop approaches that we have also curated and published at NACL 25 for actually creating these data sets. Last but not the least, the entire exercise is always grounded through partnerships. That's why we have a Section 8 company which runs this. This is not just an academic exercise. I must point that out very clearly. And yeah, all these, not only those models, we also have fine-tuned applications that have been hosted on Hugging Face and AI Coach. So here's a call for participation. Please do find ways by which you can plug into one or more of these different aspects of BharatGen. I try to present the entire ecosystem here today. We are very grateful to Cypher for helping, reschedule my talk, which was meant to be yesterday to today, because we had this announcement yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ganesh Ramkrishnan, sir. Unfortunately, we do not have the timeline to take the questions, but sir is present here. So off stage, you can go around and ask as many questions as you want to. I'm really sorry for that, sir. Thank you so much, Ganesh, sir. Okay, if you were in hall number 2 and you're missing your Samsung phone, so it's been found, you can collect it from help desk. If you've lost your Samsung mobile phone, any of you can go and collect it from help desk. Also, it's going to be mandatory that you know the password. So I'm just joking. My sense of humor is really nice. You will understand it by the end of it. Or not. Who knows? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have honorable... Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Honorable Priyank M. Kharge ji, our Cabinet Minister, Electronics, IT, BT and Rural Development, Panchayat Raj at Government of India. Oh, by the way, next session is going to be incredibly surprising and amazing. So do not miss on it and make sure that you're seated. It's going to take a few minutes for the setup to come, but when it starts, it's going to win your hearts. So make sure that you do not leave. Also, today is the last day. I hope that you have registered for Treasure Hunt. Any of you, please raise your hands if you have registered for Treasure Hunt. None of you? Guys, have you registered for the Treasure Hunt? Yes? No? Help? Say something, guys. Okay. I'm saying, how many of you are engineers? Raise your hands. And the latter party is a batch of scientists? What? Okay, guys. I don't know. I mean, your parents must be really happy. Because mine were not, because I've always been a very quirky child. But you guys seem to be very studious and always have been, it seems. Because, great. I acknowledge it. I'm going to say that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in the 9th year of Cypher. 2025 is the year wherein our topic, our theme this year is Make AI in India. As I've been working around and with the Youth Ministry, Ministry of Youth and Sports, what I've realized is that government is extensively funding and working for every and any sector that needs working, information and deep research. So it is my honor that I become a part of, the theme Make AI in India, because it's starting here in the most, in my country. That's all I'm going to say. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a few jokes. If you want, I can crack it for you. And if you want, you can smile for me. No? Sweet. Four people did come to me and did tell me that I was doing a good job, so I'm just going to take that and go home, I guess. I know that you appreciate me, guys, because you guys are legends, and legends do not speak it out, they just feel it. Yes? Okay. We're good to go with the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, join us on an immersive journey through sound tracing echoes from the early universe to the frontiers of human creativity. This session brings together musical performance, legacy technology, and AI innovation in a live, collaborative exploration of music, art, and intelligence. Experience a one-of-a-kind demonstration where a musical piece is composed from scratch, blending audience voices, yes, your voices have been recorded, storytelling, and even the everyday sounds of Cypher into a track, but it is live on stage. Our next speaker is Rahul Raghavan. He's a multi-instrumentalist, music composer, and educator with over a decade of experience. Skilled in over 10 instruments, he also actively researches the intersection of AI, music, and human creativity while facilitating philosophical discussions on these evolving themes. Once again, let's welcome Rahul Raghavan.
Check, check. Great, wonderful. Thank you all for being here. I know we are at a tech conference, and what is the guy with the guitar doing here is a question you all might have. I hope at the end of the session you have a lot of takeaways, maybe some more deeper takeaways than what I hope to present, and that is the intention of this. Of course, now this particular session is tech heavy. There are a lot of algorithms running, so anything can go wrong, as with the reality of our world. So please excuse in case we get stuck somewhere. I'm going to fire this thing up and let's see where it goes. Check, check. एक minute, yes. Yes, check, check. Yeah, usually I have a few hours to do the sound check and get everything done for a show. But I think the crew here have been very supportive in getting all of this ready for me. So many thanks to all the crew here, the audio tech, the video tech, camera, all the volunteers who have hauled everything up on stage for me, my own crew. So thank you so much for doing what you do. Otherwise, it's just not possible for us to come here and zen out and perform for you all or to speak to all of you. My name is Rahul Raghavan. I'm a music composer, multi-instrumentalist, and a hat I wear above all else is that of a music teacher. I've been teaching music for over 10 years now. I started when I was 19. Cheers to everybody who's adding both those numbers and finding out how old I am. Well done. So in all of this journey, the question as to why I teach music, of course, I have a degree in mechanical engineering and an MBA from Deakin, Australia, but somehow I chose this path, and maybe the answers are more clear to me now. The first reason as to why I teach music is because I want for my students their future, irrespective of whether it's certain, uncertain, one of utopia or dystopia, or one of abundance or insufficiency. Irrespective of that, I want music to serve as an anchor from which stems their confidence or their identity. That's the primary objective of why I do what I do. The secondary one is slightly selfish, and that being, teaching is just so fulfilling. I don't know, I had another teacher just before me. Great job, great energy. Teaching is just so fulfilling. Nobody put it best as the oldest student I have. She's 72. Pretty impressive that her husband passed away about 10 years ago. And when I met her for the first time, very few months ago, she said, now my partner in life is music. And that just stuck with me. It renewed my own passion and confidence for music. So that's the reason I teach. On day one here at Cypher, I came in here, some of you might have seen me with the headphones, the weird guy going around with the headphones and a recorder in his hand. That was me. I was recording the sounds of the space. Now, the chatters in these rooms and the echoes of all the speakers and anchors, it's possible to capture that in real time. And for my first piece, I'm going to present to you all sounds of Cypher and maybe even perform over it. Let's see. I think there's one person who's always asking everyone to give a big round of applause to everybody else. So to Shruti, big round of applause, our anchor for the evening. Great job, Shruti. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing. On day one, she came into this room early morning, and there were about 15, 20 people here. And she said, hey all, Nikhil Chanappa is coming here. How many of you are a Roadies fan, she asked. A few hands went up, and then she says, oh, but I'm a Splitsvilla fan. And I thought that particular moment, thankfully I had set up just then, and I captured that, and I wanted to make this piece about those echoes. And as speakers, we're always running out of time, isn't it? That also forms another theme. So I'm going to play to you all sounds of Cypher. Check. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the sounds of Cypher captured from these very halls. I'm sure there are some chatters of people right in there, and it's great. I had a lot of fun putting this together for all of you. I put it together just yesterday after recording it, and for all the people whose voices I've used in it, well, thank you for lending your voice. I know I didn't take any consent to take your voice, but we are at an AI conference. I don't think we got to talk about consent right now. So moving on, what I captured was the sound in this moment, but sound as such needs something to travel. What is that? What does sound need to travel? Okay, nice. I see some good graduates on this side. So sound needs a medium to propagate, and I want to take you all on this journey of sound, and I'll tell you how AI was useful in that. When the early universe began, there's a certain theory with which the early universe began. Anybody knows what that theory is? Great, awesome, perfect. Science enthusiasts too. There is one accepted theory. Of course, no theory is accepted fully until it factually becomes right, unless it's the theory of everything. There was this splurge of, say, plasma and matter that came out of the singularity. Some of you are aware of it. And that plasma itself was a medium. So the earliest sound detected is actually from the era of the Big Bang. Now, the Big Bang, what is the timeline before which that happened? How many billions of years ago? Finger, I can't. 13.8, great, amazing. 13.8 of 8 billion years ago, the universe began, is a widely accepted truth. So what happened when that happened? 300,000 years after that. So there was medium for sound to propagate, and scientists were able to record the sound of the Big Bang. So I'm going to play to you the sound of the Big Bang that scientists recorded, and maybe even be one of the first people to play over the sound of Big Bang. Why not? An Indian musician, right? So here goes, Big Bang. We are passing tens of thousands of years. scientists recorded this just about 20 years ago. They were able to detect the cosmic CMBs, the radiations, cosmic microwave radiations, and then they were able to convert it into frequencies. If we existed at that moment of the Big Bang, none of us would survive. The shocks were intense, very violent. But using CMB and capturing those frequencies and multiplying it by a factor of 10 power 26 is the only way in which we can hear. From this Big Bang, of course, you can all fact check my history. I'm going to pick only certain parts that are relevant for today's performance, but history is 13.8 billion years long. We'll need lifetimes to really go over it. As this led to the formation of multiple galaxies across the universe, we're talking about clusters of galaxies that are coming together, clashing violently. Amongst all of this, I want to take you on to a particular place in the galaxy where there are two supermassive black holes colliding with each other. Me being who I am, a musician and an emotional one at that, and I thought as violent as two black holes colliding the phenomenon is, I thought it was romantic. Don't you think? Two black holes hanging out with each other, coming in, spinning around each other, having a date. I want to play to you what scientists capture. They captured the sound of two supermassive black holes colliding. So let me play that for you all. Time to make it romantic. Maybe modern romance, huh? Two supermassive black holes colliding brought the idea of romance. Imagine using, these are all generated by scientists. But in today's world, of course, you all know generation, we don't talk about generating anything but GenAI. So it's a very popular topic, and we are here at a conference of AI. I think there is scope for musicians also to use these. I took something that musicians would not use, the sounds of black holes, and these are not used as samples for performances anywhere. But what if we gave AI enough context, right? Now, AI works if there is a data set, right? Humans speak, there are a lot of these recordings of humans speaking, and hence AI is able to recreate speech. There are sounds of footsteps. You've all seen movies. If you hear footsteps, most likely it was not recorded by the actor there. We have something called Foley art, where inside the studio, we record all the sounds that you hear. How many of you like horror movies here? Oh, wow, okay. I can't stand horror movies. But one of the reasons is because when you open a doorknob in the horror movie, do you see how loud it is, right? Because it's mixed that way. Somebody went into the studio, recorded a doorknob separately, and then added it there. So all these possibilities in audio existed. But when I want to continue this journey to that early primordial Earth, what happened when Earth just formed is it was molten madness. It was just, floor is lava. You all heard the game, and that's exactly what Earth was. Floor was lava. And this was a very violent Earth. I'm going to transport you all to the soundscapes of when Earth existed there. Now, for this soundscape, I have the power of AI, right? Human to the power of AI. AI helped me generate some of these sounds, which I can't really go into a volcano and get. And some of these samples, somehow AI has these samples and it's able to generate. So I will play it to all of you. The soundscape of primordial Earth. Maybe that's a good name. If you people are willing, if you can have the lights down, it'll be great if you want to close your eyes and listen to this soundscape. Here it goes. Check. Imagine yourself in that molten Earth. There's a huge object that comes and collides with the Earth, size of Mars, and off spins onto one side debris, which finally forms our moon. On Earth, we have all these volcanoes erupting. There are meteors striking, asteroids striking. These asteroids brought with them water. What these volcanoes did, they started trapping all of the water vapor inside. And then when it burst out, you had methane, carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and most importantly for us, water vapor that came into the atmosphere. All this violence started to turn to calm. And I want to take you on that journey of that early Earth when we had enough water vapor in the atmosphere and when the temperatures dropped below 100 degrees Celsius. Something magical happened. It started to rain. Violent thunderstorms turned into calmness. And this filled the earth up. And we had the beauty of oceans. The moon was acting its gravity upon earth, and there were tides. And somehow in all this calmness, if we travel under the oceans, into the water, life is starting to evolve. And this life is putting out oxygen into the water and into the atmosphere. The great oxidation effect happens. This allows for algae to grow on land, which become plants. And then you hear the wind in the trees. The conditions were so perfect that life started to emerge. And probably one of our favorite species to evolve are our distant cousins. They were noisy cousins. I think that's why here we are with conference and speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the soundscape of Earth. I hope you were able to feel that moment. We can never go there. We wouldn't survive most of it until maybe the last moments where trees did exist. What's beautiful with AI is it helped me generate 30% of the audio that you heard right now. Asteroids impact on Earth. How do I recreate that? It's not an easy thing to recreate. Even if I go to the studio and throw a few things here and there, much to my neighbors complain or my wife's complain. But AI was able to generate that for me. So 30% of what you heard was generated by AI. About 20% is from amazing Foley artists who must have recorded all of this and put it up on for public use. The other 50% are from my adventures in the jungles recording sounds for moments when it was actually a thing. We were Foley artists back then. So humans sort of took all of this as we moved in this calmness, and we were chimps and we started communicating. We'd hoot and we'd do all the body percussion. We started to discover music itself. Some of the earliest forms of music were actually chanting in religious occasions or change of seasons, or even festive celebrations when you have a big hunt and you have a lot of hunt and will take you through the winter. If that winter was something to survive, it's a winter that's worth celebrating. So these were the occasions in which the earliest form of music began. And over the course of years, we started using all bones of animals and bones of birds to start forming small musical instruments. We had our tools, and these were some of the earliest music technology that must have come about, because tools are this form of expression. The first one was mostly limbs, because we must have started with body percussion. Scientists are not exactly sure. Then must have been the vocal cords, an amazing music instrument, very tangible. All of you can take up singing without having to buy a music instrument. It's a great, very tangible way to start being in touch with music. And we kind of elevated that to standards unknown, almost as if we accelerated this billions of years, say 13.8 and Earth is probably about 4.23 billion years old from where I started the story. Now, when you combine all of this, within 8 billion years, that journey that this planet has undergone to have us here, music has undergone the same thing in a very short amount of time. So we had Western music, we have Indian music, very rich. If you ask me, well, I'm an Indian, so I'm obviously biased when I say Indian music is complicated, but you must only ask the Beatles why they came to India, because the music we have here, we've figured out almost all the permutations and combinations of scales or ragas in music. In Western music, now I'm trained in Western music, and I have used probably 5, 6 ragas in total. Indian music has 72 times 6 or 8 number of ragas, and there are musicians in India, you go to them, tell them the name of the rag, they will sing it to you exactly the way it is. And that's what fascinated a lot of the world as to why our music was more complex. So I want to play to you all how this music has evolved. I have with me some tech that I've brought here today. DJs use this often, and I thought it's great if I can use it for fusion music. So I'm going to play to you a small piece. I've not named it yet. Maybe you can all name it for me at the end of the session as to what you feel. So here goes. I'm going to build some layers, and we'll see how it goes from there. So a lot of artists are using this these days. Let's see. ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to name it. Maybe you can all help me name it. But of all this, I took you through the universe, I took you through that primordial earth, and took you through a bit of music. I do these sessions as soundscape, sort of like music therapy, for my students and for people who want it generally. But what's important and a great takeaway for those here is I spoke about a percentage of AI that I used. What percentage was that? Great. Thank you for listening. Yes, that's 30%. For me, and for that particular piece, that slider of AI to human, I was comfortable with 30% being there for that particular piece. Like that, I think for all artists out there, if you're at 0, well, we're stuck in the Stone Age. We would not exist. Is it 5% that you're comfortable with? Is it 70% that you're comfortable with? What is it that works for you? You must find that out. For enterprises, I think the same thing applies. You're more complex creatures, enterprises and organizations, because you have a great friend called capitalism. And for humankind, is it friend or foe? I'm not sure. That's for the policymakers to decide. You can't shift as quickly, but I think the idea of what percentage is AI, that slider, where does it work? For those of you who are employees at companies, are you all scared? Nobody's scared. I don't know. I'm pretty scared. Though my profession is not in that 40 jobs that Microsoft recently posted to be replaced by AI. And the 40, they said, cannot be replaced by AI. For enterprise people, well, see, I spoke to a lot of you around on day one, and there is the tinge of fear, naturally. Think about it this way. How much AI are you willing to put into your own work, into your own productivity? What is that slider number for you? And very importantly, if you see your company pushing that slider up to 20, 30, all right, you can do that. As much as they start pushing it to 50, 60, 70, 80, you must understand that it wouldn't take long for it to become 100 and that particular role being obsolete, right? Watch out for these signs as to what companies are doing, yes. We must, at the end of the day, look out for what is human, and that has a premium, as everybody's saying, it has a premium. Yes, it really does. For all of you here, there's something somebody here at the conference told me. Firstly, they told me that I was doing the Super 30 of music, because I generally teach a very small group of students. I never thought of it that way. And that interaction, that person also told, I've forgotten his name. He said, if AI comes in and takes over, we are 8 billion people. Thod faad denge AI ko, which I thought was phenomenal. Yes, true. If you see it creating a sort of existential crisis, then humans will come, band together and take over and take it up. But until then, the slider is here for you all to set to that percentage that is comfortable for you, but don't shy away from technology. So that's what is my message to all of you here. Thank you so much. You've been a great audience. This is a lot of tech. I am not a corporate person. I've never stepped foot in corporate. This feels like I've stepped foot in corporate. So thank you all for being a lovely audience.
I've goosebumps, I'm flabbergasted, and guys, this is Rahul Raghavan for all of us. Can we please give him a huge round of applause? One thing I've realized, guys, today, I was bad in science and maths because I did not have teachers like you, Rahul. We need more teachers like you who can actually, incorporate art and science together and make it easier for other children. Because yeah?
Yeah, cool.
We're not doing the questions right now, but he's going to be here downstairs, so you can go ahead and ask as many questions as you want. Thank you so much, Rahul.
Thank you.
Once again, Rahul Raghavan, everyone. All right. The next session covers how AI is transforming retail intelligence at Titan by delivering personalization at scale. We will delve into using predictive analytics for inventory, pricing, and targeted marketing to enhance customer experience across Titan's ecosystem. But give us a minute. Give us a minute. We need to clear this. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Wait for the bests to come, and I mean it, guys. I'm energized after Rahul Raghavan's session. It actually did bring in the energy that I needed. It was like Red Bull, guys. It gave me wings. And also because, thank you so much, Rahul, for the part where you recorded. But how many Roadies fans here? Oh, by the way, how many Roadies fans here? I'm a Splitsvilla fan. I really hope, this part gets a lot of views when it is posted. We'll have to give you guys context. These two are reality shows which are very famous in India. So one of the celebrities, one of the celebrities from the show came here on the first day. So that is why we were talking about it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready or not? I'll take it as a yes. Our next speaker, Santosh Vupalla, is Head of Analytics and Insights at Titan Company Limited with over 15 years of experience in building and scaling analytics practices. Known for his storytelling skills, Santosh democratizes. I'm sorry, I'm really stuck with this word, sir. Democratizes data analytics while driving both top line and bottom line growth for Titan. Now for our next session, let's welcome on stage Santosh Vupalla, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. So this picture that you see here is from a ledger in the 1800s. Any guesses around what is this and why is it relevant to the topic at hand? Henry Poole and Co. Anybody here who they are? Okay. Yeah. So they were actually the first bespoke tailor on Savile Row, which is supposed to be, that famed street where all of these very distinguished bespoke tailors in London. This is in 18th century. If this picture is from one of those ledgers maintained during that time, that contains the list of names of people, their specific requirements, their fabric preferences, any handling instructions. So much so that I was very surprised that if you were to give any cloth that is supposed to be stitched by them, they can actually validate that it was actually stitched by them and for whom and when, etc. That's probably the amount of detail that had gone into personalization. I'll take one more example closer home. I think these pictures you'll all be familiar, right? His Highness, the King of Mysore. The person on the right, Nawab of Lucknow. The hint is food. Any guesses as to why it matters, why personalization and how it's connected to food? Okay, Mysore Pak. Any specific reason as to why? Sorry? Okay. You're right, sir. So, again, this is the chef. Again, these are examples where somebody is interacting with a customer, in this case, the king or the royals, etc. The king wanted something very unique, and the chef noticed that, hey, why can't I make something unique to the palate of my king and do that? The one on the right is the Nawab of Lucknow. His chefs noticed that he was getting old, losing his teeth, and a foodie cannot live without eating good food. So this is how the chefs actually created galaush kebab, which is that very, very tender kebab which melts in your mouth. You don't need to eat, but you will have all the tastes. Of course, given that now you really can't personalize because there's just so many of customers that we all have, and the journeys that they crisscross are huge. I mean, you acquire customers, they may purchase, they may not purchase, they come back, they may not come back. Lot of touch points. We at Titan, we not only focus on the transactional touch points, but there are a lot of interaction touch points. Has somebody come to you for service? Has somebody called you for something? Has somebody gotten the eyes tested but not made any purchase? So here, how are you capturing all of these touch points? How are you leveraging all of these touch points? There are times where, let me ask this question. How many of our customers who walk out without making a purchase, any guesses how many of them actually come back and make a purchase? Any guesses? 5%, 10%, 20%? 10, okay? 5, 6%, okay? Any other? In interest of time, it's actually, in some brands, it's as high as 40 to 50%. So we were curious as to why is somebody coming and not buying, but then coming back after long. So when it comes to jewelry, there are auspicious days when you want to buy, but you come in just to actually have a look at the products, what are the kind of offers that are available. You leave a note telling, hey, I'm looking for this or that, and you come back at the time that you think is right. So how are you capturing all of these leads? How are you harnessing all of these leads is something that I want to touch upon. Now again, these are a lot of touch points that people leave as we are interacting. The table on the left is, the column on the left is more about the variables that I have anyway. I don't need to. A lot of focus is on the variables on the right-hand side, which is, can I infer a customer's preferences based on their purchase habits? I have only one loyalty card, but based on the product portfolio that they have purchased, is it a family customer? Is it a married customer with kids? And therefore, can I tailor my products offerings accordingly? If a customer is buying a tail-end products, it says a lot about him or her because they have deep category affinity. If a customer is buying higher, now again, design is a very hard thing to describe, but now we have tons of image algorithms which can tell you whether it's a classic design, whether it's a contemporary design, jewelry inspired, geometric designs, etc. So how do you infer all of these? Communication. There are some customers who respond to WhatsApp very well, some customers who respond to calls very well. So how do I prioritize the channel through which I reach out to them to communicate what I want? This is a study done by McKinsey many years ago. Again, why personalization is a big deal. We saw that, yes, it is important. As customers, we've grown to the fact, it's almost like table stakes. I need to personalize as much as possible. Therefore, so that the customer feels that it's relevant to them, and it's also very timely. What we've also seen, again a question, I've written favorite sales staff. If a sales staff quits one of our stores and joins a competitor, any guesses how many customers is that staff taking away with them? 20%, 30%, what percent? Yeah. Yeah, it's actually 60 odd percent. So it's a very, very crazily scary number. And therefore, how do I ensure that when I am having interaction from my company going out, how do I know that this person is actually talking to the customers that she or he has the greatest relationship with? How can I assign a secondary sales staff person because if this person is attriting, how do all of those tastes get captured inherently in a subtle way? Of course, on system as well. So therefore, what is the favorite product of the customer? What is the preferred category? What is the preferred salesperson? All of that is very, very important. Now, I will run you all through a couple of examples. Now, because personalization is not about personalizing just for the customer, it is for the merchandiser, it is for the employee, it is for all stakeholders. So, we'll touch upon some examples that are there in our company in terms of showcasing all of these. This is one journey for a typical customer. They buy, some of them start with gold coins. They also are surveying what kind of products they have. Then they gravitate towards the gold chain because that's a fairly simple, you don't lose much making charge. Then you actually upgrade to another gold product. You probably then buy a diamond product. It's a bit like people who buy gold tend to buy gold. How much ever money you may be willing to spend, it's just a refined or an acquired taste that there are some people who would buy a lot of gold. There are some people who would buy only diamonds. There are very few people who buy both. Whether it comes to food, whether it comes to movies, we see that people, we like to stick to the category that we love. But the beauty is in how can you get people to migrate across categories so that they're experiencing all that you have to offer. Plus also you're making them buy some profitable products of yours. So this is one more example to say, how can I customize the communication to customers so that I capture when they buy, what are their preferences, and what is the right time to buy? Because you have a festival on offer, there are products, there are new collections, and I also am giving them discount, plus there is a birthday coming, so how do I personalize the message? This is something for watches. Again, you have all kinds of customers. There are people who would buy premium products. There are people who would buy affordable products. There are people who would buy only new collections. So how do I cater to all of these customers? And this is again K-means segmentation. The earlier one, I'll probably talk about this here. And these are some examples of different creatives. Again, how do I customize my creative so that everybody feels it's relevant? There are some times where when customers are giving signals, we need to act upon them very fast because otherwise then the opportunity is lost. It's a very simple concept here where when we send a lot of WhatsApp or SMS messages or even email messages, if the customer interacts with any of them, which is they click on a link, they open or they download a video, how do I capture that as a signal in my CRM system? And that message goes to the staff, store staff, and it gets bumped up as a high priority lead and they make a call. Huge uptick in the response rate and the purchase, the ticket size. Again, a lot of classification models are used to see who is that customer who is likely to make an upgrade or to may tip over if I were to cross-sell a product. This is a case of a customer having high affinity for jewelry, but low propensity for, high propensity for jewelry as a category, but low affinity for diamonds. So therefore, can I build a model to predict who are the customers who have high propensity and can actually give them a nudge, either it's a gift voucher or a call from the store, and therefore get them to buy. This has helped us again accelerate a lot of diamond purchases because they come at the right time, that it's their birthday or anniversary. They also spend a lot. Here is a sort of a description of how it all plays out. There are customers who buy a certain product, and there are certain triggers. This is a little more different from customer journeys. When we launch different products or collections, we also analyze them as to whether they're helping us acquire new customers, whether they are reactivating dormant customers, whether they're helping us upgrade some of the existing customers into higher value purchases. That sort of helps us understand or give signals to the merchandising team whether this is a collection which should be refreshed and brought out again. Also different, in fact in Bangalore also what you'll see is that different stores have different catchments also, because we have the data of the customer in terms of what is their profile, what is their spending power. I also talked about what are the design preferences. That sort of helps us curate the assortment for different cities and different catchments within the same city. Typical conversion rates, the more personalized your nudges are, the more personalized your interactions are with the customer, the better is going to be the response rate. For our top customers, we would actually host events which is curated to their tastes. For customers whose anniversary or some events are approaching, how do I again personalize that message? You would have heard the word personalized, propensity, modeling a lot. All of this is about how do I codify rules, how do I create rules so that I'm either segmenting my customers and in some cases power of one. For example, in I+, I have to take the power of one route because based on your power, based on your age group, and your recent purchase, I know when to call you for your eye checkup or even tell you about buying a second spectacle, because if you're a child, the chances of you breaking your spectacle and therefore having a second spectacle is very important. Now, till now we've talked about personalizing for the customer, but can I personalize for my dealer? Can I do it for my franchisee? This is one example of the one on the left. It's a mix of using a lot of LLMs. Why do I need LLMs? Because while I have a lot of transactional history, it becomes cumbersome for the store staff to actually go through all the history. So can I use an algorithm, in this case GPT-4 was used, to actually go through all the history and sort of summarize it for the store staff to say, hey, this is the kind of customer. And then I also add in a propensity model. Here, in this case, a basic logistic was used. It is to say, okay, these are the kind of categories that the customer would be interested in. ResNet was used as an image algorithm to say these are the kind of designs that this customer would like. And so I sort of give a one-pager to say, hey, this is what you should read before you speak to the customer. The one on the right is a standard recommendation algorithm, which is the objective is therefore actually about cross-selling. I mean, we all in India, we know that a wedding purchase is actually a trousseau purchase. There is Mangal Sutra, but there is a ring. There is a lot of bangles that are bought. There are chains that are bought. So in the store, it gets very, very difficult. All of us would have experienced fatigue during shopping for wedding. How do I enable my store staff to create a tool that once they know that this is the kind of bangle that they bought, what are the matching earrings, what are the matching necklaces that will pair with them? Automating insights is something which we are using in a big way. A lot of dashboards, reports, a lot of it is sent across the companies, and we know how overwhelming it is. However, if I can again use the power of LLMs, again here GPT was used where because consuming tables is very, very difficult and cumbersome. However, if I were to just write 3-4 bullet points telling the store manager, this is working, this is not working, and these are emailed automatically. Again, a good use case for agents where something is scanning a lot of data and it's formatting all of this report and sending it on an email automatically. Another application which is voice of the sales associate. So instead of waiting for a typical quarterly or a monthly survey to ask for feedback, the store staff can just speak to a bot and tell that end of the day that, hey, there are issues. Either I've not received material on time, I've not received products on time, or it could be about customers are not coming because of so-and-so reasons. Now, all of this voice gets translated or transcribed to text. Again, that is a typical text classification where I group into different themes and these go as action items. Again, this is a case of how can you distill insights from your own internal community and pass it back to the different stakeholders. This is another example of how we use a lot of feedback for merchandising enhancements. There could be areas for improvement in size, in depth, in terms of range, in terms of new products, new collections. How do I use text classification to summarize and distill all these insights and action items? A lot of times, okay, in international brands, what happens is we retail a lot of Titan watches, but we also retail a lot of international brands. Tommy, Guess, Fossil. The lead times are very, very long for these watches. They work on global norms, so just because I ask for them, I'm not going to get these products. And generally in fashion, lifestyle, looks matter. Sometimes a particular color is on trend, sometimes a particular design is in vogue. So instead of waiting or managing within the timelines that my international merchandisers are going to do, we see based on the current looks and my portfolio of watches that are already available in stock, what are the similar watches? Again, here using ResNet, ImageNet, and 2-3 other image classification algorithms. I also use an attribute-based matching algorithm wherein it's based on the price band, the material, the strap, give weights to different algorithms and see if there is a particular model or a look that is out of stock, what are the closest other watches? I could also personalize calling scripts for my staff. A lot of attrition is there. In retail, you have almost 40% attrition sometimes. And it's important to codify all of this knowledge. The first slide where I talked about how can I capture, and also how can I also make it as vernacular as possible so that the staff or the telecaller knows exactly what to call the customer, what to pitch, and speak in a language that they understand and therefore communicate properly. Summing it up, there are certain actions and outcomes that I want to drive, which is either you want the customers to engage as much with you as possible, you want them to purchase. It is aided by systems in place, because now I have easy ways of integrating systems. I have easy way of analyzing or recommending products. That sort of forms the middle layer. A lot of it is orchestrated by the data, the ML rules, the different algorithms that are placed. We see it as a continuum. There is LLMs, there is ML, but there's a lot of rules, there's a lot of even simple crosstabs. How do these all come together? How can I embed intelligence into tools? How can I connect different systems? How can I pass on all of this information to the store staff, to my employees, to my customers, and therefore delight them as much as possible? So thank you all. Open to questions.
On stage, we can have one question right now. Off stage, then you can go ahead with asking as many.
Hi. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Sir. Great insights. Thank you so much for the session. I just one question on the watch buddy part that you were explaining. You said there were certain attributes and also the image matching. So what is the weightage that you give towards attributes with respect to image matching? Because watch is a segment where people are also very brand. One brand I would probably only buy.
Wanted to go to almost 70-80%, but you're right. There is the brand angle, there is the price band, also the material. Because you could have the same color but the material, so it's 40% right now to attributes.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd have to go ahead with the questions off stage, sir, because we're running out of time. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Santosh Vapala. And now let's go ahead to the next session. Our next session delves into building trustworthy AI models in finance that prioritize interpretability. For high-stakes decision-making, it explores how generative AI can create transparent, fair, and accountable models for critical applications like lending, risk assessment, fraud detection, and compliance. Our next speaker, Ekta Shah, is an associate data scientist at MSCI with 7 years of experience in data science, machine learning, and AI across diverse industries. She specializes in natural language processing, image processing, and reinforcement learning techniques. Please welcome on stage Ekta Shah, ladies and gentlemen.
Everyone at the back? Great. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to look at a very interesting topic that I think all of us are kind of struggling with and trying to understand how to go about dealing with this in this current AI space. So finance itself is one such domain where AI has been adopted a little bit later than in comparison with the other domains. So that's why we're going to be talking about the latter part of how to work with the trustworthiness part of it. Because today, as we all know that it's the era of agentic AI, RAG implementations, LLMs, and all these buzzwords that are surrounding our world today. So we'll see how we can make these systems more robust and better, because that is exactly what we want to do ahead, and ensure that our production-grade systems are very reliable. So here I'm going to be talking about building trustworthy AI in finance. That is the goal in the talk today, and also what we really want to build in the times to come. Where's the team? Not working.
Can we send someone on the stage?
Working. Sorry. So that's a little bit about me before we start and understand what we really want to go ahead with. So I am an associate data scientist working currently with one of the leading fintechs, which is nothing but Morgan Stanley Capital International. Here we build financial products which are going to be helping equity research firms across the world to invest in different financial instruments and also help to get major profits out of them. So that's the basic goal, and we create indexes for this purpose. And we build a lot of financial products surrounding the ecosystem to be able to help us with the entire process. I have worked with various other firms like Quantify, Viacom 18, General Mills, as well as BNP Paribas, which is one of Europe's leading investment bank. I have more than 8 years of experience now working in the space of ML as well as AI. I like teaching, so I am a visiting faculty at multiple institutes in India, especially when we talk about some management institutes. So NMIMS Mumbai being my base, and then moving to Masters Union, IIM Udaipur recently, and many such other tech institutes like BITS Pilani. I like mentoring, so I am present online on various platforms like Preplace as well as TopMate to be able to help a lot of career professionals guide themselves into their AI domain and gain their success over there. So that's a little bit about me. Now, let's get to the agenda, what we really intend to cover. So with respect to finance, one major thing that doesn't really work well is a black box model. Because whenever we come to solution building, if we are not able to explain our solutions or not able to explain why this particular solution should be adopted, it is not something that people really would want to adopt. So that's why what we'll try to talk about first is the problem, why black box in AI is a major barrier, especially in the financial space. Next, what we'll talk about is the solution, which is something that we are aware of in a lot of ways, that is interpretable AI and explainable AI, which we are implementing in certain ways, but still lacking in some aspect or the other. So that is something which we'll talk about. And then we'll talk about how generative AI is really aiding us in making this entire interpretability game better. Then we talk about certain use cases where we are able to see how we can accommodate this trustworthiness, the responsible part of AI in our solutions. I'll talk about one such solution where we've also tried to integrate some kind of trustworthiness there and how that really works. Then we'll talk about a framework which can be built with respect to catering to responsible AI, which is something which is very important today. So we'll end with that so that then we take up questions. So let's talk about this particular screen which all of us use. I think a lot of us must have used it today here also in this particular hall. That is asking about certain terms which you might have heard about during the talks or trying to know about certain things which you may not be aware of. So this is a ChatGPT screen. Everybody's used this. But to be honest, do you think that ChatGPT is truly trustworthy? I mean, can you bank on it and say that, okay, this is something which is a fact which is given by it and I can rely on it? In certain extent, yes, to a certain extent, but there are some facts which are misrepresented, or they talk about it in a very different way where the facts are misrepresented in ways where it is hallucinated, like numbers are highly represented or facts which are made up by it on its own when you're conversing with it. So this often happens. So this is a problem which we face with LLMs, and at the stage where we are, like 2.5 years after generative AI tools have really come into our ecosystem. And we see this as a problem yet. So what are the solutions to this, or how do we work around this? We can't totally bank on what they are saying as true facts. We need to reevaluate, think whether what they are saying as tools is correct or not. So that's exactly what we need to look at. So now we'll talk about the problem. What is the problem that the financial industry is actually facing? The black box nature of models. So till now, what we know about is that we were using models like machine learning models, deep learning models, as well as now we are going towards language models, like large language models. There has been a shift from ML to DL to LLMs. The problem that has really occurred in this case is that neural networks are the ones which are the most reliable ones because they have done really good pattern recognition, which really helps the financial use cases. But the problem associated with neural networks is that we can't attribute what the features are trying to tell you, or we cannot really interpret them in the right way. That is one of the struggles that we face. So they are incredibly powerful, we know about that, but then again, they are not explainable in the ways that we would want it to be. That is the major issue. That is black box. Everybody has asked me this question even outside, that how is it black box? Can you actually decipher it? What is it that really happens at the back end? Because all that people see is an input that is going into the system and an output that is really coming in from the right-hand side. So that is usually the flow that we really see. But what is really happening at the back end, we are not aware of it. Or what is it that is really contributing to give us that output? That is something which is lacking. So that is exactly what is the problem. And why is this especially unacceptable in finance? Because here what we are dealing with is not just numbers, but they are money parameters in a lot of ways. So we have currency, we have other values at stake, which are not something which, if misrepresented, can be worked with. So first of all, in terms of regulation, it is not something which you can discriminate very easily. That is, if there is some values which are given to you by the LLM, say you throw in a prompt and ChatGPT is giving you some answer, and it's not according to the regulations that are set by the Indian government or even a government abroad, that is not something which will work with the financial world, because you have to be under your regulations. Second, risk management. So if you don't understand why a particular model is failing, you can't just attribute it or say to it that the model is failing. You need to know what the reason is. We need to be able to explain that properly. So that's another problem. And in terms of customer trust also, like if the computer is saying no, or if you are getting an error in your API calls, like I saw a lot of sales pitches outside where you're showing demos of products. When you're showing that, many a times there are things which are lagging, or you're not getting the output in the desired time. So you're looking for an output in 30 seconds or 1 minute. You will not want to make your customers wait to be able to get that output. So the customers are not going to be able to accept that kind of a situation. Next, I think performance accuracy is only not something that we are looking at. In a lot of business calls, the number that is quoted is like highly in terms of accuracy. 80% accuracy, 90% accuracy, 95%. These are numbers which we often hear. But that is not something which is completely justifiable until and unless you build that trust. And that trust is something that you can build only through transparency that we achieve in this particular case. So what is the solution? We know what the problem is now. What is the exact solution to this entire case? The base level solution that we have, or which is existing since a certain years, is to be able to build both interpretability as well as explainability. Interpretability itself means that we are able to explain what features are really contributing or what is really helping us understand the working of the models that we are building. Whereas explainability means that you are trying to take a simulation of that model in a much more simpler category, and you are trying to show the performance of it with respect to your larger sample case. So that is the difference between the two. So now earlier, what were the techniques that we had which we were using? One is, all the developers here would have heard about Shapley values as well as Lime values, which we are using to understand what is the contribution of each feature in the prediction of the model and the values associated with it. As well as Lime is also a complex model which is locally interpretable. So this is something which is being used. Now, if you get more in addition to this, it makes your entire output, your predictions, much more understandable, much more relatable. So that's what we are trying to get at, which is something like this, like say a counterfactual explanation. Say you went to a bank and your loan didn't get approved. Okay, so you would want a certain feedback associated with it as to why it didn't get approved. You'd want perfect reasons for it so that you don't face something like this again. I'm pretty sure that none of us want to go through that process again and face the similar problems. So say if you get such an answer from your loan disbursal system, which says that your loan would have been approved if your income was $5,000 higher. Now that is a very straight indication of the reason why it was not approved. So if you get more information in comparison to what you just had till now, would just be an add-on, and you would not make the same kind of mistakes again, and you would be able to make your processes more robust in nature. So that is exactly what we are trying to look at, that is to make our processes robust and more trustworthy with respect to AI. So now how is GenAI helping? So till now what we saw was basic standard ML techniques or deep learning techniques which are really helping us do that. Now how is generative AI really transforming this entire interpretability game? One is natural language explanation. So it gives you clear, understandable reasons as to why a particular process has failed for you as a customer, or why a particular service has not worked for you, or it's throwing you an error. So that is one understanding that you get, which is natural language explanation. Second is interactive QA. So with every website today that you are working with, say for example, you're working to trying to buy something on Amazon. Say for example, you want to buy a product. Now you are facing some struggle while trying to, pick out the products, pick out the right kind of variation that it has, like a color or a dimension, shape and size associated with it. You're facing that issue and you want that immediately. We have this chatbot at the side, right? Nowadays, every website has that, where you can really communicate with the chatbot and get information from it, and it's able to help you in a better way, that it gives you descriptive information about how to go about and buy that product in a better way, or they would help you to do that. So that is nothing but interactive QA. So this QA system that has been developed is something which can be integrated even in finance to help us with our processes being much more better. That is second. Third is automated report generation. we do send out a lot of reports as a part of our daily framework for reporting purposes, which could be numbers, which could be different aggregations of reports that you come across, or even processes or products that you are working with. If all of this process, which is used to generate the reports, is automated, that can really make your processes much more better. That is, your compliance reports which are there, if they are not just presented in the technical language, but made to be usable for the users in a much more simpler English language, that makes it much more easier for everyone to read and understand. So that is nothing but interpretability at the back end, because when you are trying to automate those compliance reports, you are creating some processes at the back end, you are using some model to give you some outputs and so on. Then what if scenario simulation, that is something which a lot of us see on a daily basis, that data changes which are there, and we create a what if simulation around it, that okay, if this is the scenario, this is what we will do. Such a kind of a scenario also, GenAI really helps you much, much better there. Now, in terms of use cases, let's talk about certain use cases in the financial space. I'll talk about these 4 use cases specifically, and then I'll talk about one use case which we ourselves face and how did we really build a trustworthiness system over there. So, prioritized money laundering cases. So, you know that we build, there are money laundering situations. So, for that, we build anti-money laundering softwares which are able to detect that kind of a system, right? Now, if it just told you that a particular transaction is faulty or not faulty, just a single word, that itself, would that be enough? It would not be enough, because it would not tell you what is the exact reason why it has been actually classified as faulty or not faulty. It will, as far as it's giving you descriptive information along with it, that this is the reason why it has really failed, or it's giving you more insight into what has really gone wrong, that is where it will make more sense, and that's where your interpretability will come into picture. So in that case, you'll have high operational efficiency, but you have very low explanation in that case, because usually people don't give you that much information about it. Say, for example, even a lot of times, like when you are trying to work with an ATM, you are trying to draw a certain amount. And like many times it will just give you, it can't give you anything. It will not even give you the reasons associated with it. Sometimes it will give you the respective reasons that, okay, it is out of cash, or this particular denomination is not available, or something like that. But many a times it does not give you that. So we do not have that explanation associated in a lot of use cases, which is something which can be built with the help of the combination of generative AI. Now, personalized credit scoring. So for every loan that you are trying to ask for from the bank, there is a credit scoring associated with it. So when you are trying to do that, it will just give you that credit number, okay, the score associated with it. Now, if you had a description along with it, which would give you more descriptive information about what you can do with the help of that score, and what you can really try to get a loan of, like in terms of the maximum amount that you can get and the minimum amount that you can get, it gives you a much more better clarity of the entire situation and what you can really do in terms of the amount that you have and in terms of the loans that you'd want to take. Next, cryptic reason codes. So many a times, we have all seen, right? Like we get failures across platforms, across products. There are numbers that come up, but you are not given complete information about what is really happening around that. Now, with the help of LLM tools like ChatGPT or Gemini, or even you can say Claude, any of these tools, you can get much more descriptive understanding and information around it, so that you can get much more better efficiency, better process continuous improvement, and things around that. Then trading signals. So autonomous trading is something which we have implemented as processes in our systems at the backends for various financial companies. You will see that there would be a buy or a sell call associated with it, or a hold call associated, 3 calls associated with it. Now, if the system is able to tell you that, okay, why am I suggesting a buy call? Why am I suggesting a sell call? And it's giving you descriptive information around it with personalization and customization, it will help you to understand and make your decisions better. Now, why are we talking about all of this, and why are we talking about descriptiveness? Because many a times what happens is our systems overrun and give you hallucination problems. So say, I'll give you a practical example that we really recently faced, and how we tackled that and how we tried to build a trustworthiness aspect over there. So in the financial world, we are like rampaged with a lot of documents, and they are large number of documents in general. Now, I have a system which is able to classify whether this document that has been ingested into the system is of what kind. So basically, there is a type of report associated with each and every document. Now, while I'm trying to build a model which will able to classify this, that okay, this particular document is an annual report, this particular document is a semi-annual report, this particular document is going to give me some MOM about the AGM, the annual general meeting that happened, and so on. There are a number of such documents which are there. Now, if I have this model which has been built, which is going to tell me which classification category is it going to belong to, and the model is going to throw me an output. That is how deep learning models work, or how generative AI models work. Now, am I really sure that, okay, the report category that has really come out is absolutely correct? It's not the case, because usually you'll see that the performance of the models are not 100% accurate, because it's humanly not possible for the AI to match exactly what the human does. So we might see errors, and that is not something that we can tolerate at our financial end, because if the document has been classified into something else and it is sent downstream to all our customers in the wrong format, it will be a problem. So to ensure that our systems are doing well, we have an additional component over here which you can see, which is called as HITL. And this is something which a lot of us are already implementing, and the ones who are not are also trying to integrate that to build a lot of trust in our ecosystem. That is the processes that we are trying to take to production. HITL is nothing but human in the loop. So the process goes in the following order. That is, the document is ingested into the system, and then through our agentic AI processes, through our RAG pipelines, you will see that there is document embedding as well as chunking done, and post which there is model classification. So what does model classification actually entail at the back end? Nothing but a document classification model, which will give you an output associated by taking in the features that, okay, these are the documents that I have, and this is the associated classification label associated with it. Now, I'm not sure whether the classification is correct or not. So if I want to ensure that I'm not making mistakes and ensure that we do not send incorrect information to our customers, we have this layer, which is called as human in the loop, where the analyst will do a verification, which will take a very small fraction of time in comparison to what the analyst was doing earlier. That is, opening each and every document, going through the entire details, and making sure that it's classifying it to the correct category. So while you have this HITL layer, it helps you to build that trustworthiness on your system that you have built, and really put it into production and utilize it. Next, of course, once you have passed through this HITL layer, you can directly go to the downstream propagation of your results in whichever pipeline and order that you'd want to. So this is one use case where you can see how to really build a certain aspect of trust, which is lacking in usual regular systems. Because many times what happens is that if you have LLMs running in the classification aspect, they might just give you any kind of a random output, which may not be something that the systems can really understand. Like, instead of, like, if you have a document category, it may be placed within 10 to 20 characters in general. But many a times the hallucination aspect runs in such a situation that it might give you gibberish and Latin characters, Unicode characters up to 500, 600 characters in general. We've seen this in reality, where LLMs like Gemini as well as ChatGPT are giving us these kind of results. So that's why, to avoid those kind of scenarios, you should have a trustworthiness layer built in, which is nothing but, in a lot of technical terms, you can say guardrails built into your prompts, guardrails built into your pipeline, so that you are trying to restrict the kind of output that it is generating. Now we'll talk at the end about what kind of framework should be built to ensure that we are building trustworthiness into our systems. So interpretability by design. So whenever you're trying to build a model, your teams are trying to build models, and you are the one who is at the decision-making end, who is trying to approve this and seeing the value of that particular process which has been automated. You need to ensure that they are interpretable. And when we say interpretable, we saw those factors which can be an indicator to say that, okay, these are interpretable models. That is one. Second, the right tool for the job. So you just map your technique. That is, you use either your Shapley techniques, your Lime techniques, which are traditional ways of doing that, or you use generative AI techniques to get your data science process in a much more better way. Next, what you have is a human in the loop. So we already spoke about that example, how we can put a layer, a human in the middle, to ensure that our outputs and processes are giving the outputs that we are requiring, and our accuracy or performance is also not compromised in any format. Then continuous monitoring. So you can keep monitoring your data, keep monitoring how your outputs are really coming out to be, so that everything is in order as you would expect it to be. Now, this is one set of tick marks that you can ensure that you do while you are trying to build responsible AI ecosystem. I think all of us who is trying to productionize AI processes are trying to build this kind of an ecosystem where we have a lot of data governance, AI governance, security, trust, and responsible. These are four terms which are bothering us because we do not really want to let AI take over any of our systems and make a lot of unwanted predictions which we are not really wanting to deal with. So these are certain things. One is ethical guidelines. So whenever you're using your AI models, whether it be open sourced or closed sourced, you are making sure that it has some accountability and transparency principles embedded within it, so that it's giving you the right kind of outputs that you are looking at. Second, the kind of governance structure that you want to build. So clear ownership and accountability of your entire systems, how they are built, and what kind of output it's going to give you is also something which is very important to look at. Then life cycle control. So entire process, end-to-end life cycle controls is very, very important, right from your design phase to your deployment and to how to really take it to real-time systems. Then documentation, of course, is very, very important. Risk management. So if you feel that there is any kind of risk associated with your models or any process in your pipelines, double check and make sure that you are trying to navigate that right at the beginning and asking the questions at the right time and not at the end while you're trying to productionize it. Then humans oversight, of course, is something that we saw. Monitoring and feedback. So continuous monitoring of your own pipelines and feedback from those pipelines is something which can be looked at. This is one set of frameworks which has been built and people are using in their own organizations for trusting AI. You can have a look at some of these if you are trying to integrate this in your own ecosystem right now. If that is something which can be catered to or you can use them. Else you can usually build your own because every organization has their own limitations and own vision and mission to really cater to. So NIST AI Risk Management Framework is providing those structured guidelines which are very, very important for AI risk management. So from risk perspective, we spoke about a lot of issues that could come up. There are endless such things which can come up. So for those things, you can refer to this framework. Then there is a framework which is called a SAFE framework, which is security, accountability, fairness, as well as explainability. So it comprises of all these four factors because security itself is a major concern today because we know that how these tools are utilizing our data in ways which we did not predict it to or which we do not really want it to. So you can use this framework. Then all of our big fours have their own frameworks, KPMG, Deloitte, EY. They have their own frameworks which they have built to safeguard their data and also work with their processes. Next, we have the CFA Institute, Explainable AI Framework, Generative AI Governance Framework, and SFIX Framework. You can explore these if you're looking out for a trustworthy AI framework, which you would want to implement in your own setup. So yeah, this is what I had to cover. The main goal or motive of talking about this is to ensure that the systems that we are trying to build at the back end are trustworthy. They are something that we can rely on even when we do not have humans all around us all the time, so that there is interpretability maintained, which is a very important factor today. Secondly, you have immediate integration. That is, your integration processes are way more continuously structured, and they are in such a way that they do not need a lot of monitoring and feedback. All of that is automated because that is the purpose of AI at the back end. And generative AI should not be completely dependent on, but should be considered as an ally and always work along with it. So that's the basic purpose that we have at the back end. Okay, so that pretty much brings me to the end of this talk. So if you have any questions, we'll open to any questions that you have. And if you'd like to connect with me, this is a link for you to really connect to.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead with any questions you have. Can you please pass the mic there in the back?
Hi, Ekta. This is Tanmay.
Yeah, hi.
Nice presentation. I'm from Barclays,
Yeah.
so I can relate. I have two linked questions.
Sure.
Interestingly, you're using GenAI to interpret predictive AI models, but GenAI is not 100% accurate, doesn't keep always accurate.
True.
And I can see some high risk or high stake use cases like credit scoring. If you decline and if you use GenAI to explain, And if your GenAI is not predicting accurate explanation, that might draw regulators' attention. So how you're making yourself comfortable using GenAI, knowing that that is not 100% accurate. So that's one. And the second, if you can also talk about some of the explanation or interpretability technique we have for GenAI models, right? If you can give some ideas, Lime SHAP might work very well for predictive AI, but for GenAI, I know chain of thought sometimes we use, but what else? These are the two questions.
Sure. For the first question, we are not using generative AI for getting interpretability from the model perspective. So your models which are there, like say for example, any kind of neural network model or LMs that you have, which you have used for predictions, whatever output you get from them, they are not descriptive enough, or they are not good enough to be given more information on. So you're using generative AI for that interpretability. So you're not trusting on that. You're just trying to get more information that if this model said no for a certain use case, why did it say no, on what basis? So we're not trusting on that entirely. That's not what the purpose is. Hence the HITL layer cannot work without it at the moment, because none of the AIs are completely trustworthy. So as you mentioned, high-stake use cases, very true. Use generative AI in the right sense to get more interpretability out of it, not to rely on it. So whatever your predictive model gives you as an output, to get more information around it, you can use generative AI. That's what the purpose is. Secondly, for your second question, for interpreting GenAI models themselves, yes, chain of thought is one. But I think in terms of evaluating them itself is a big challenge yet. So we are evaluating them using different metrics, right, today, like by using blue score, rogue score, depending on what kind of output you'd want to generate. But the chain of thought is one of the methods that we have also used for interpreting them. But we do not have anything to rely on yet. When I've seen all the different processes which can be used, we are still here where we are looking forward to more methods which can help us solve that particular problem.
Thank you, Ekta.
They need a mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead with asking questions off stage, as we will have to go ahead with the last session. Thank you so much, Ms. Shah. Can you please have a huge, huge round of applause for Ms. Shah? Ladies and gentlemen, I need to inform you that Charu Sharma, Indian commentator, compere and quizmaster, is going to be present here with us at 15:55, that is 3:55 in the hall number 1. So make sure that you go and attend him after this session ends. And we will be having Kenny Sebastian at 5:30. Well, now, our next session will explore how explainability frameworks are essential for building trust in AI systems within aviation, where safety and reliability are paramount. It covers techniques such as Lime, SHAP, explainability fact sheets, and IBM's AI Explainability 360 to make AI decisions transparent and understandable for pilots, operators, and regulators. Our last speaker is Rohit Pruthi. He heads the AI solutions team at Rolls-Royce Data Labs, bringing nearly 2 decades of experience in the turbo machinery and aerospace sectors. A certified Six Sigma practitioner and agile product owner, Rohit combines hands-on data science expertise with innovation management. Now for our next session, let's welcome on stage Rohit Pruthi, everyone.
This is the last session, and I know everybody is itching to get their phone out. So we try to make it interactive. You can scan the code and join the slide. I would recommend you do that. It will make the experience much better for you. And excellent session before me. I think we already set up the stage for me to talk through what I wanted to talk through. So my name is Rohit. I like running. So I've structured it in a way that we can all go for a run together. Before we start with the presentation, a little bit of a story. So because we always start a presentation with a story. So, and this is a borrowed one. So there are two fish swimming in the sea, going from left to right, young fish. And there is an old fish coming the other way. So the old fish asks the young fish, "Hi boys, how's the water?" The young fish have no answer. They swim on for a bit. And then the one fish says to the other, "What the hell is water?" So this is from David Foster Wallace. Actually, the speech is called "This is Water." And the intent is not that I am the old fish telling the young fish on what really machine learning and AI is. But the idea is sometimes things are right in front of us and we don't see them. And that is what essentially I want to kind of talk through when I go through this. So let's start with a run. This is the agenda. We will have a little bit of break the ice session, do some stretching because you get hurt if you don't do that. A little bit of jogging where we'll set the theoretical framework. I think some of it will build on what Ekta was saying earlier, not by design, but by accident. Then we will have a quick trail. I have a use case where we will take some of the frameworks that we talked about earlier, SHAP for instance, in practice. We'll talk a little bit of what this means for GenAI and how we are trying to address it at Rolls-Royce. And then we cool down. You can actually post your questions during the session through the interactive thing, and we can just take them towards the end. Yeah, so we'll start with Winnie the Pooh. I just want to gauge the room on how many developers and how many non-developers and how many heads and how many practitioners and decision makers. So let me just open the submissions. Sorry about that. Yeah, maybe we'll make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, so few words which come to your mind when you hear artificial intelligence, and the only thing is don't put artificial and intelligence. Good computation, future, jobs made easy, jobs made redundant, jobs made difficult, testing, maths, agentic AI, classification, a lot of good answers, ChatGPT, fake, opportunities, efficiency, excellent, lot of good things going around. So we have a varied group. We understand a little bit about where we are with GenAI. I'm hoping sessions earlier than mine have already helped bridge the gap. So we'll take a step back. You have heard about models, I'm assuming. Some of you have built them, some of you have used them, some of you have seen, talked about them. How often do you consider interpretation of a model? So if you are using ChatGPT, how often do you think, should I go back and check? If you have a team which gives an output to you, do you go back and check why did that answer come? If you are developing, do you go and see why did my model tell me what it told me? If it did tell me anything useful. This is where interpretation comes in. Of course, there are a lot of people who use it all the time. Some people know about it, haven't used it. And there are some who haven't actually come across it at all, which is all fair. This is what you expect. It is, even though we are buzzing and there is a conference around AI, it is still a relatively nascent field. When I say relatively, I mean with respect to some of the things which we are seeing, like banking, aerospace, have been in existence for hundreds of years. People trust them. People trust us with their lives. So there are systems which are older than AI, and I think it makes sense. It's a fair division. Just one final bit before we get into the actual stuff. So, and I think the earlier presentations have probably helped with that. So give me like few words, first word that comes to your mind when you hear interpretable or explainable models. I'm hoping to see some sharp, not fear, trust, futuristic. I think interpretation is supposed to take some of those things away, remove the fear, remove the distrust, allow for us to use these models much better. Yep, I think lot of good answers there. It does allow us to make it more reasonable, allow us to trust it. I see some SHAP being mentioned here, non-biasness, understandability. We will talk a lot about all of them. So with that, little bit of introduction. So that is me. I went to IIT Roorkee back in 2007, did did some work in mechanical engineering there back in the day, then started doing turbo machinery design with General Electric. I got some patents there, so that picture is actually a silver award for getting 10 patents in a year. And I went to Rolls-Royce. The picture on the right-hand side there shows a model that we built during COVID. Airlines were suffering. There were no revenue, basically, and we were trying to see how to stay afloat during the 3-month, 6-month period. I do write, so the picture on the left bottom is the one that I wrote, and the right picture is what I am reading currently. So if you are interested in that, again, a little bit of product placement, personal things. So time to stretch. So here I think we'll go a little bit into why explainability is not as pervasive as it should be. And there are various reasons for that. We will cover them probably one by one. So one of those is it finds its origins in social media. So the cost of not getting a like or your feed correct on Facebook isn't too high. It is possible to iterate quickly and, like Mark Zuckerberg said, right, move fast and break things. It doesn't translate to all the other fields. Another probable reason is a lot of explainability comes from controlled experimentation in medical science. So a lot of data science, statistics particularly, comes from medical experimentation, where you can actually control and have your control set and your placebo set, let us say. And you are able to define what data you are working with very well, which makes explainability by design in data selection. Again, one of the reasons it isn't very popular is because, like Ekta was saying earlier, so if you do know, if my loan application gets rejected, and I know that had I bought a credit card, my application would have been accepted. There was actually a real case in the news some time back. So a person bought a credit card, got the loan, defaulted on the credit card, left it back, just to get the score up. There are instances where people can misuse explainability. And the cost of operationalizing explainability is something which we don't talk about. Machine learning is supposed to make things cheaper, makes things go faster. Explainability can cost you anything between 30 to 200% extra. So a model that I'm going to talk about, it took us three times the effort and the cost to explain it than to build it. And we don't account for that when we are defining projects or allocating budgets like a lot of you are. So then why interpretability? If there is no reason for it to be there and we have genuine reasons for it not to be there, why really do we care? And what do you think in the fields that you work in? Is there really a need for interpretability, or is this all just mathematical mumbo jumbo? Satisfaction, business buy-in, actionable insight, no idea, fair point, actionable, and regulation. Regulation is actually a fair, good point. We'll be talking about trust, insights, avoiding errors, needed for safety in the systems. Again, one of the things we'll be talking about. For determinism, which is actually gaining the word itself is gaining quite a lot of popularity after Meera Murati's paper. I don't know how many of you have read that. Gaining trust and fairness, a lot of good points. We'll be covering some of those. So this is why explainability matters to us at Rolls-Royce. We have complex systems. The picture that you are seeing there is taken off the internet, not a real engine. But a real engine can be as complex or more than what you are seeing there. It is safety critical. So the picture I have that put there is something called a safety cheese model. I'm not sure how many of you have come across. But you try to put in layers of safety so that if one aspect of it is missed, it gets caught somewhere else. You don't want to fly in an aircraft which was designed completely by AI with an 80% chance of landing safely, right? That makes no sense for anybody, and it is heavily regulated, which it should be. So now we start to jog. Why explainability? So again, this is a picture of the internet without machine learning. A lot of you may not be as familiar because it is so pervasive now, but there was a day and time when we used to have systems without machine learning, explicit instructions, and then you got all this data, started feeding it into systems, and now you have machine learning. The right-hand side picture hopefully will appeal more to developers. I have personally created models titled model_11 final, etc. So that is what we will call as model. Generic things like XGB or language models is what we call learners. So just a little bit of terminology for when I'm referencing to them later. So you know what you know till you are building these models, and then there comes a point of time when you don't know. So you ask a model. This is actually a very famous reference to a radio show turned into a book called Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Not sure if people are old enough to remember that. They build, so they, in the book slash story, they build a supercomputer. They ask it a question, what is the meaning of life, universe, and everything? The computer thinks for generations, comes back and answers 42. So the answer to life, universe, and everything is 42. Now you ask to explain it. The don't panic word is actually on the cover page of that book. So go ahead and read it if you are interested in that. This is where interpretability comes in. And it has nothing to do with maths. It has nothing to do with models. It is to do with people. It is the degree to which a human can understand and explain the cause of their decision. I've drawn a very straightforward picture there. It is in no way quantitative, but we will look at how to quantify that. So you go from a decision tree to GenAI. In general, your explainability drops. Yeah? With me so far? Okay, so we start looking at a little bit of the technical things before we get into the use case. So we have the real world. You can never capture the real world in data, so you have a subset of that already. You build a black box model, which is a subset of that data now. Now, before you go to the smiling human at the end, if you don't have any interpretability methods, chances are high the human at the top is not smiling anymore. So there are 5 ways at Rolls-Royce we consider, which are ways to interpret. Of course, there is transparency of the algorithm. So if you can make your model straightforward, if it is a linear regression model, you can look at all the coefficients by design. Then you try to do global and local interpretability, some of which we'll be talking about. And it is more important for us to understand what is the output of interpretability, because it is for people that interpretability matters. So these outputs is what we call explanations. But before we get into that, I have realized any complex technical presentation should have an obligatory tree chart which shows all the different methods thrown around. There is a reference in the end if you want to look at it in detail. But you look at interpretable and model agnostic explanations, so 2 classes. Some things are by design interpretable, and some things you need examples for, or global and local references. So all the theory set, I'm hoping we are doing well on time. How many of you joined the sessions hoping this will be about GenAI? You can vote. There are some people who were not there, but I see one raised hand. Okay, so roughly 50-50. Some of us were expecting other things than GenAI. I do have content on GenAI. Of course, you have guessed that by now. So first, let's talk about GenAI then, before we get into the example. So there are 4 fundamental challenges that we see with GenAI adoption when it comes to explainability. One of which is the scaling paradox. So the more complex your model is, the more difficult it is to explain by definition. Second is model access. Doesn't get talked about as often, but a lot of good models are proprietary. A lot of open source models are available. Again, it depends on what we really call open source. Sometimes we don't know where the data is coming from, for example. We don't really have access to the models. Third challenge, I think the one most talked about is hallucination in some form, reproducibility. Does the same prompt with the same model give you the same answer? If it doesn't, is it really science? So one of the fundamental tenets of science is reproducibility. Are we moving away from that? And what really is the definition of good? So the outputs, benchmarks that exist in the real world, do they really apply to your industry? Are you only looking for summarization or mathematics? But you are looking for something more complex. So what really makes it good? So from that point, I promised we'll talk about explanation. So what really is a good explanation? There are 4 aspects to it. First of which is contrastive. So why was your loan application approved and mine not? Can a model or a human looking at the model answer that question? Second is selectable. So again, you can make out the slide is older. Team India is doing much better now. But there was a point of time when they were not. And could you attribute it to poor batting or to conditions or losing the toss? And could you select them? Could you say in your model, had we not lost the toss, still had the same batting and the same conditions, would we have won? Is a model able to explain that? Is a model able to do that analysis? Social. This is a classic example, bike rentals. Some of you would have seen it if you have done courses on YouTube or Kaggle, etc. So higher temperatures in New York lead to higher bike rentals. I'm not sure in Bangalore if you have higher temperatures, does it lead to more bike rentals, or are there really any bike rental situations in Bangalore? So an explanation has to pass the social test. which means when you are talking to other people, they should be able to appreciate and understand that as well. And the fourth bit, ability to explain the abnormal. I'm sure a lot of you have come across this example earlier, so I'll not go into the details. Target did this years back. You keep beer along with diapers because new moms don't go out to shop, right? It is an abnormal situation. Is your model able to explain that? So those are the four fundamental tenets of a good explanation. These are not methods. These are checks that you can do for any explanation that you are generating. Not all of it needs maths, not all of it needs models, but this is the framework through which you can operate. So again, a little bit of like gauging the developer mood. These are different types of models. L/S here means large or small language models. There are decision rules, naive Bayes, KNN, tree-based, different models. So just keep missing this. So just put which of these is the most interpretable that you have come across. There are some people who are trying to game the system, saying language models are the most interpretable. Generally, tree-based decision rules, we see them as being interpretable. When there are examples nearby, KNNs, for example, are more interpretable. Probabilistic models, somewhat less so, naive Bayes. Language models, even more so. So language models are like naive Bayes on steroids, if you get what I mean. So probabilistic models difficult, deterministic models with examples easier. Kind of tells you the four things that I talked about. This is where we run into SHAP. I think some of you have seen the name at least earlier. Have you come across this? I have a use case where I talk through different elements of SHAP. So we'll see how much time we spend on that depending upon how this looks like. So a lot of people have never heard of it. Some people have actually used it in production. It looks like we end up polarized distributions everywhere. So I'm struggling to see a normal distribution in real life, which is what we were taught in all the statistics classes. Okay, so we'll not spend a lot of time on it. We'll go real quickly. So now this is the time for interpretability in practice. I hope you are all ready. Before we get into anything else, this is the problem statement. The background is supposed to look like gold, because pretty much in every engine, we have some components that fail, and we are not able to explain why they failed. So we build in safety, we do inspections, we keep margins on life, etc., 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 to make sure it remains safe. But in one engine, when you put multiple components, some of them fail and some of them don't, even though they are supposed to be identical, you struggle to explain why. If it is variation between engines, you can explain. So engine flying to Delhi, I don't know how many are here from Delhi, but an engine flying to Delhi in winter will definitely gain more dust than it would in Bangalore. So engine to engine variation, we understand. Component to component, we are trying to understand, which is where this comes in. Little bit of reference picture, because I have talked to a few people around. Sometimes Rolls-Royce brings the image of like a luxury car. That is not the Rolls-Royce we are talking about. This is aviation engines. So under the wing of the aircraft, there is the engine setting. In that engine, there is a blade that you see there. Some of them are like spread around circumferentially. So 60, 70 of those components are spread around circumferentially. They can fail in different ways. This is where we come into different aspects. I will skip through this really quickly because I think everybody has already seen it. But SHAP, one key point to take away, SHAP importance is different than permutation-based importance. It is mathematically more sound, so try to use it more than permutation, even though it is costlier. You can do instance-based predictions. So you can look at one blade and say it got predicted as low class. What was the actual percentage of that being true? You can understand contributions. So contributions tell you if the average population was the yellow line, the 4 things that made it to be more susceptible to failure, and the 4 things that made it to be less susceptible to failure. And you can try and explain that, and you can get like a really nice numbered chart out of, and there is a library which does pretty much all of this. No, it is not built completely in-house. And then you can choose a feature that you want to influence. So let us say there is a particular dimension. In the loan example, let us say it is having or not having a credit card. Then you can influence that and do a true what-if analysis. If you were to move from this point to this point, how would the result change? And when you're doing this, always keep actionable and non-actionable features in mind. So if you have ambient temperature, for example, that you can't control, there is no point studying that. This is a little bit more complex. We Some of the data scientists in the room may understand multicollinearity. So we think things are independent. Nothing is truly independent. The butterfly effect holds. Butterfly flapping a wing somewhere has a correlation to other things, which means you cannot completely eliminate multicollinearity. Try to look for it in explanations. It has a big impact on explanations. Okay, back to GenAI. So there are different approaches that we look at within our teams on how to tackle explainability in GenAI. And so just to clarify, this is about GenAI applications that we are building and using, not using GenAI for interpretation. So different approaches that we use, one of which is human in the loop, I think talked about a little bit more earlier. There are local models that we look at. I'll talk a little bit on that. There are custom embedding models that we have, which help with the explanation, which I'll talk about as well. We have prompt sensitivity systems, and of course, RAG and citations. RAG is retrieval augmentation generation, the fundamental framework which pretty much everybody starts with. So this is how we think about LLMs and RAG. I'll need to go a little bit closer. I'm sure some of you have seen that. So you have a prompt or a query goes into some kind of a computer, which goes back into some kind of a model, gets an answer, and presents it back. Wherever you see the explanation mark is where in the background there is an embedding model being used. Embedding model is what converts the natural language into the mathematical framework which the model is able to understand. Now, I think the slide is kind of lean there, but if I'm talking about blade, I did say blade earlier, right? So when I say blade, different pictures come in your mind. Some of you are thinking blade of a grass. It's a fair imagination. The razor blade that you use to shave, it can be a blade on the fan, it can be a blade in the engine. So there are different things which come into your mind. Language is the same. So when I say a blade, a model can say a blade of grass, it can say a blade of Gillette, it can say a blade of turbine. Depending upon how much data it has seen in the public domain, there is a very high chance it will say a blade of Gillette, because Gillette spends a lot of money on advertising. That is the data which you see in the public internet. There is very less aerospace data which is there outside, so low chance it will say blade of turbine. Again, I have a very specific, simple example, but custom embedding models using your own data allow you to understand your language rather than a language. So we all converse in English, but what you use in industry is not English. It is banking, it is healthcare, it is medicine, it is agriculture. So you have your own industry language, try to codify that. It allows for better conversational experience. So I'm sure everybody was fascinated with prompts when they came out and they wanted to have like, can I get my answer in one large prompt? But it is poor user experience at the end of the day. You don't want your users to write one paragraph to get an answer, one line answer. You want interaction, but you don't want infinite interaction. Can we have transfer learning? Can you learn from one domain? I think pretty much everybody tries to do that. Can we compress the data? So custom embedding models allow you to compress the data because you don't need as big of a vector space if you have your own embedding models. It allows for better latency at the end of the day. And it allows you to personalize, which means you will sustain users. People will not simply go away because one time it thought blade meant grass and the other time it thought blade meant turbine. Okay, 5 minutes left. So I'll talk a little bit on AI governance. So these are key things which we keep in our mind. There is a safety policy. More or less every country has an AI governance and safety policy. Rolls-Royce has its own AI governance framework called Alethea framework. And we follow a process called digital product integrity, which essentially keeps reproducibility at its heart. So if for any application, if we are not able to regenerate, imagine a scenario like unfortunate incidents that happen, right? So if a situation happened and the regulator comes to you and asks, why did this happen? And can you make sure this doesn't happen again? If you cannot reproduce why did this happen, you are gone. You can no longer create an engine. You can no longer fly airlines. And it's a big, big, big thing for us to be able to reproduce things. Some references. So a lot of the pictures are from IML, Interpretable Machine Learning book. It is an excellent reference in case you are interested. PyCaret is a framework. Explainable dashboards, whatever I was showing, some of that is generated using PyCaret. I've given a reference to the Alethea framework, and the excellent picture of turbine was coming from the taxonomy of turbine blade defects. Of course, some of the pictures are from Amazon because you need to publicize your own book when you write one. All right, time for some questions. I have some questions here, so I'll probably go through some of them, and if there are still there, we can catch up offline. We still have 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. So how to interpret hallucinations on non-RAG solutions? It's a good question. I don't think we have gone to a stage where we have any non-RAG solutions, to be fair. We have not trained a foundation model. We have not looked at a open model, which means a ChatGPT, for example. How would you consider doing that? How did you end up in AI considering mechanical background? I think accident and choices, poor or good, depends upon where I end up next. But mostly a mix of accident and choices. Karma, are there any scenarios discussed where we have been misinterpreting ML with AI? This is a very good question. I think, so SHAP, the paper came out in 2018. I was already working with data science in 2018, kind of looking for something like that. We were trying to build something of our own at that point of time. I was really impressed by the mathematical soundness of it. I think that if you have statisticians or mathematicians in your team, just have them go through that once, and that will tell you how good mathematics, sound mathematics still helps. I really like this one. Probably I'll pin it. How to scale SHAP models with many features? Yeah, this is a really good question. We should probably discuss it offline. This is a struggle which we run into as well. When you have this many number of features, I think there is a fundamental need for you to design your system better rather than just trying to solve it with SHAP. So even if you do it with SHAP, there are high chances these features are probably correlated to each other if they are from the same domain. So I would suggest not to build with thousands, hundreds and thousands of features. Keep it to a level where you're able to explain it. Okay, I think this is a complex question. I will suggest if you go through the Alethea framework, some of the answers are there. And if you don't find it, reach out to me. I'm there on LinkedIn. By when do you think we'll be able to pinpoint what weight value led to what response in LLMs? Again, difficult question. We don't have real model access. I personally have not built a LLM on my own. So I cannot really answer by when we'll be able to reach to it. But again, there is some really good research coming out. The paper that I referred to from Meera Murati on non-determinism. It talks a lot about why there are different responses for the same prompt, which then eventually leads to what weight value will be getting used. Where does custom model? So custom models, embedding models allow you to reduce your space that you are working with, and then we have some proprietary methods to then. So with a reduced space, you can do more things. Essentially, that is the idea. Okay, how much AI is good AI? This subjective question, so I will leave it to interpretation. Service-based companies, not look, again, more of an opinion. I think I'm running out of time. There are only 45 seconds left. So do you train separate models for each fleet type, or is there a generalized model that adapts? Again, context dependent. So for some instances, we have each fleet type separate models. And for some instances, like we are exploring physics-informed machine learning, where you have a generalized model which can explain any kind of fleet for a specific physics. That's 20 seconds remaining. I don't know if there is anybody in the room who has a question. I feel like I have covered a lot of the ones here. Any questions left?
We can pass on the mic if anyone just wants to stand up.
I really like this one, by the way. I think it sums up how I felt about machine learning when I started. Okay, looks not. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Rohit Prathi for all of us. I would just want to inform you that we'd be having Charu Sharma, Indian commentator, compere, and quizmaster at 3:55 in hall number 1. So do make sure that you go and attend him. And we'd be having Kenny Sebastian by 5:30 in the evening. This is Shruti Tripathi signing out. See you soon, Bangalore.